to Keeping It Real with Tyler Smith. I'm Tyler Smith. I'm joined by Brady King and Chase Younts, both hosts of the Cut to Chase Sports podcast. Brady, first time on. We've had Chase on several times, whether it's a YouTube channel, the radio show, and we've done a lot of content together. I'm sure you've seen it on my page, their page, all over the Instagram, Snapchat, Twitter, whatever. But
lost you there for a second. I'm not sure if.
All right, am I back?
You're back. You're back.
It's all good.
Brady, first time being here. Reacting to Lamar Jackson.
We lost you again. I can't hear it.
Man, I'm having a Chase Younts moment right now.
Man, you don't got to throw the shade like that, man. It's facts, though. That's facts.
I'm having a Chase Younts moment. All right. Before it kills me again, Brady, your reaction to the Lamar Jackson deal.
Yeah, so I was actually really minding my own business, just scrolling through Twitter. And when I saw that, I was like, it kind of just hits you. It's like he really got that deal without an agent. Like, the fact that he was able to pull that off is really impressive to me. And, like, I applaud to him, dude. Like, it worked out all in the end. Him waiting off, him not accepting some of these other deals. He was offered a different deal a couple weeks ago, I believe, by the Ravens. And it was a little less. I can't remember the deal, but he held his ground and he got what he wanted, and applaud to him for that. But that is a lot of money, man. $260 million is a big number. Big number.
Absolutely. Chase, what about you, man? What were your first thoughts?
Shoot, I mean, I'm happy for Mr. Lamar Jackson. I mean, that's a huge contract that you got right there. 5 years, 260. I think at $185 million guaranteed, and the original contract that the Ravens pitched at him was $133 million. I think it was $133 million guaranteed a couple of weeks ago. Went on Twitter, decided to be like, I'm going to request a trade and all. That's a hell of a job for him to be his own agent and get himself a deal like that and be there with the Ravens for the next 5 years and 5 years plus. He's coming back to our division, the Bengals division right now. Steelers, Browns are all going to see him for the next 5 years. Welcome back to the AFC North, man. Here we go.
Yeah, man. AFC North. Not only just AFC North, the AFC in general. This Aaron Rodgers trade that came through. Chase, saw you put a little quick snippet out there a couple of minutes the other day. But Aaron Rodgers, too. The AFC's loaded. And what's crazy is, are the Jets even a top 3 team? You could argue they might be the third best team in that division.
Yeah. I mean, you think about it, them just adding the quarterback, kind of like Aaron Rodgers. I mean, if you're looking at math and how that whole thing works out, Aaron Rodgers is an automatic extra 3 or 4 wins right there, to whatever team he goes on to. The Jets had 7 wins last year. They were 7-10. They had a great defense. Before Breece Hall got hurt, their offense was pretty electrifying, regardless of who the quarterback was. Breece Hall, Michael Carter, Garrett Wilson had a fantastic season. Corey Davis. Now they got Allen Lazard in there. I think, it's tough, though, because the Dolphins got better this offseason. The Bills are still really good. Who knows what Bill Belichick and the Patriots are cooking up over there? Probably a whole bunch of 8 and 9, but it's interesting to look at this. I think the Jets are a playoff team. Where they finish in their division, I have no idea. But I'm super excited to see what Aaron Rodgers' first look in a New York Jets uniform is going to be like.
Absolutely. What were you thinking here, Brady?
Man, I'm just really excited, to be honest. Like, that's a trade. I was really nervous that it wouldn't end up happening because I'm not like a Jets fan, but I like what they're doing, and they're fun to watch now, which is weird to say about the Jets. I'm not going to lie, but they've got so much young talent, and then you got you got their babysitter to take care of them, their quarterback Aaron Rodgers, helping them learn, progress through their young careers, and he's got a lot of young talent to work with offensively, and then their defense clearly is loaded with some really good young players. So very excited for that for this season for sure.
Yeah, I think you both hit it nail on the head. I mean, this Jets team is going to be exciting to watch. And Brady, I echo every sentiment you just mentioned. They're doing it right. They had everything there except for the quarterback, and now they got Aaron Rodgers, who's arguably one of the top quarterbacks in the game currently, one of the biggest, more influential quarterbacks in history as well.
Yep.
And just one of the more raw, talented guys, too. It's going to be very interesting to see what this team looks like. A lot of weapons. They still – what was kind of shocking to me, they still hold on to a first-round draft pick this year.
Yeah.
They'd go from 13 to 15. They still keep that. So they're not going to lose out on something. They can still go out and land a stud at 15. You know, a guy you guys very much like, I know you do, JSN, Jackson Smith, and Jigba. He's going to go around 13. I'd say he's going to go anywhere from like 11 to 20. And imagine if they could just grab him. I know they don't need another wide receiver, but it's just one of those guys where you just see him like you can't pass on a guy like JSN, and you got to take him.
Yeah, that would be awesome. I would love that if he ends up falling to 15 and the Jets take him. I would love that move to watch him there in that offense. I mean, he would have a great year, even with Garrett Wilson already being on that team. I still think both of them would put up really good numbers, and then as well as Alan Lazard, he'd still have. Because he has chemistry with Aaron Rodgers, so I still think that could be a great addition to the Jets offense if that does happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Even if they go the route of tight end, which has been like the more commonly thought of approach there, where it's Dalton Kincaid, Michael Mayer, Darnell Washington. I think Darnell Washington's going to go at 13 or 15, anywhere in that range. You know? But if one of those guys go there, I mean, any offensive rookie who goes on that team is an instant in the offensive rookie of the year conversation because they're obviously a talented player, but Aaron Rodgers just boosts your stock so much.
For sure. Having a guy like that as a rookie, I mean, goes so far. Like, he made Christian Watson, in my opinion, look a lot better than he really was. Because Christian Watson had some flaws. He's really fast, explosive receiver. But Aaron Rodgers, I mean, that dude was putting the ball on the money down the field to Christian Watson. And that was something I was like, that was big for Christian. That kind of really sucks for him now, though, that Aaron's not there. We'll see what Jordan Love can do. But man, like, Aaron Rodgers is just the ultimate thrower of the football. When you think of who can throw a really, really impressive NFL ball, that's Aaron Rodgers. That's who comes off the top of my head.
Might I add this as well? I think the big thing that we, kind of get lost in the fact of Aaron Rodgers going to the Jets and all, Nathaniel Hackett being there. I think Aaron Rodgers, under the last 2 seasons that he was with Nathaniel Hackett, he threw for nearly 90 touchdowns to like 9 interceptions. It was, he had an unbelievable stretch run with him. Getting out on Lazard over from Green Bay to New York was big. Him and Rodgers had a great connection going, and it was building up, and it's going to be nice to see them keep progressing and building those stepping stones up to having a good relationship with that. And then obviously, the big one, Garrett Wilson. I mean, he had 1,000 yards last year with 3 different quarterbacks. He had a MILF Hunter, a guy named Mike White, and then Joe Flacco, who won a Super Bowl somehow. So, he just did it with a bunch of different guys at quarterback, and now having 12, who's now 8. This is going to be interesting. I'm really excited to see. Really, it's going to be really, really weird, but I'm going to be really excited to see what happens. And I mean, you think about it, you're gonna see him national television the first game of the season. My guess, I got an itch. They're gonna play the Eagles Sunday Night Football Week 1. You're gonna see him right out of the gate with the guy who was the highest paid player in the NFL for about a week or so, and see him duke it out.
Yeah, absolutely. It's gonna be a good matchup. I mean, whenever you see Aaron Rodgers playing against some of these guys, and we haven't seen Aaron Rodgers versus Belichick quite a bit. It's just going to be fun to see. You got Aaron Rodgers and Tua, if Tua's head stays on his body, And then you got Josh Allen as well working in there somehow. And that's the guy who gets lost in the shuffle. But it's the Patriots too. Like we think the Patriots and kind of laugh at them. Like, the Patriots, they're the worst team in that division. They have the best coach in NFL history. And they're not just something that's going to get walked over. Like, they got a talented squad. And with that great coach, it's going to be interesting to see what happens over there in the AFC East.
Let's think about this too. I mean, when you're looking at the, you look at the Patriots and all, they're always consistent. They're always hovering around that 7 to 10 win mark, regardless of who the quarterback is. I know Mac Jones, they had Bailey Zappi in there a little bit here and there. Seeing a battle where Aaron Rodgers goes up to Foxborough and Bill Belichick, is trying to come up with a great game plan to just limit the Jets team that just cannot beat the New England Patriots. That has a Monday Night Football feel to it. I am super excited to see if they schedule this thing and Aaron Rodgers has to go up to Foxborough in early December and play a huge game with a lot on the line against Bill Belichick, who is the greatest coach in NFL history. I'm super excited to see how this thing goes when it comes to, there's so many rivalries in the AFC East. It's kind of what, kind of what the AFC West was built up to be last year, but I think the AFC East is going to really live up to that hype. And, I think there's so many good football teams in there, and the Patriots being the worst of them, They still might finish 8-9.
Yeah, it's a wild AFC East. I mean, just looking at the other side now, a lot of people, I was a strong pusher of the Packers are going to get fleeced. Like the Packers had no leverage in this trade, but they ended up making out. They got a really good package. I mean, for what it is, knowing that Aaron Rodgers had zero intention of ever playing with you again, they made out pretty well. And I think they're going to have an opportunity to get Jordan Love some talent here in this draft right away and maybe even trade up for another pick if they have a guy on their board they really like. And what's funnier is they might go offense in the first round for the first time in ever because of Aaron Rodgers losing to him just out of spite. That's the story I think that's going to happen. They're going to, out of spite, and get Jordan Love so many offensive weapons this draft that they've never gotten Aaron Rodgers before.
Yeah. Yeah, it just feels like they're going to end up with JSN, the Packers, right after they lose Aaron Rodgers, and it's just going to feel so weird. As a guy that is rooting for JSN's success, I would rather him not go to the Packers. Not saying Jordan Love can't be good, but I'd rather have the proven commodity. So it's so funny though that it's kind of like shaping up that there's a lot of potential that ends up happening the year that Aaron Rodgers leaves. But yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, that's an underrated move up, man. I mean, 13 to 15, right in between is the New England Patriots, who are probably going to be looking for a receiver themselves. So making that jump up there for the Packers, and potentially with the Titans having potentially trading with the Arizona Cardinals to get down to 3, and the Cardinals moving back to 11 and trying to find a guy like that. They're probably not going to draft the receiver. You look at the Texans at 12, who knows what they'll do. And then right in prime position, the Packers might be able to draft JSN, and he might be the first receiver off the board at 13.
Yeah, I would agree, but I just wanted to update. So in the last few minutes or so, CJ Stroud's odds to go second overall have skyrocketed to like minus 2,000. So we might be seeing the Texans after all take him.
That's what
which is crazy. Which is crazy.
Yeah.
I think that's what they should do. And it's wild. Since we're in the business of tipping picks, and I'm gonna get Kris in here in a second. Kris, what's going on, my man?
What up?
Yes.
Going on, big Kris?
So listen, man, I'm gonna throw this at you right now. I'm gonna get you on the spot, on the hot seat right away.
Good.
What do you think about the idea of tipping picks? Because Shams Charania just tweeted out, yes, Shams, NBA Shams.
Yeah, NBA Shams.
Bryce Young's going number 1.
Shams got that Riz too, though. Don't be mistaken.
Riz got Shams, though.
Man, for real though. I just thought it in shit.
Man, tipping picks sucks because this is the first year that I've been able to live bet on the draft, and so I'm trying to get it going. But they're taking only 3 or 4 picks in advance because of the pick tipping. I remember it was really, really bad in the NBA, and it's kind of made its way over to the NFL. But yeah, frustrating. Don't ruin a kid's moment, but I guess get off Twitter for the draft, maybe. Who knows? But for us, it sucks. But
yeah.
No, I hear you, man. They got to do it. It's their job. But I'm with you. Let the kid have his moment. And what's even crazier at number 1, Reddit, bro, because we're just talking live betting. I'm going to touch on that. Reddit, seriously, some dude makes an account 2 days ago, says, hey, Will Levis is going number 1. He's telling all his family and his friends. And everything shifts overnight.
Vegas panicked.
It's still Bryce Young.
Yeah,
they panicked. They had to, though.
Uh-huh.
That was a situation where part of me just believed it because Vegas usually does not get it wrong like that. Like they usually do more research and figure out if that's true. I was under the impression they had to have done research. Maybe he really is telling his family this, but I think they panicked and thought that the guy that posted it on Reddit was a little bit more reliable than he really was.
Well, here's the bigger issue. This is like a grand scoping thing that's gone on just across the country.
Yeah.
Information access has never been more wide open than it has before. So before there were Vegas insiders and Vegas reporters that were able to kind of go in and be ahead of everybody. But because of how big these NFL departments have gotten, how big of a draft spectacle this has become, with gambling being legal, information is flowing so much differently than it was that there are real consequences to someone getting the scoop on Vegas. And it's happened before a couple of times. And so when you see stuff like this, it's Vegas's point is oh, shoot. And then if you know somebody in the Will Levis camp, it's I'm going to talk to them, and they can lie to you. And so because of the change of flow in information, it's going to make stuff like this pop up again and again and again.
Dude, info moves like this nowadays. I don't think you guys heard that sound, but it moves like this nowadays. Dude, it's unbelievable how the pick tip and all that stuff. It's crazy how stuff moves that quick, and it can ruin somebody watching it 4 picks ahead. I don't know, it's kind of weird.
Yeah, information just travels way too freely, way too quickly. So kudos to Vegas for responding. But I did see what they did also. Vegas removed the odds on CJ Stroud. Like up for the second overall pick, like he became the big favorite at minus 1,600, and they pulled it off the board. And now Will Anderson is the betting favorite to go third overall.
Well, so never mind.
Yeah, just one of those things that's a tricky situation. I had a live odds thing, and I saw it drop to minus 800 CJ Stroud number 2, and then minus 1,600, then gone, pulled from the board. Wow. And then after that happened, the favorite for the third pick, it was minus 300 Will Anderson. And then Will Levis went down to minus 400 for that fourth pick. So it's looking like it's unfolding. Kudos to to Houston for being able to keep it this close to the vest for this long.
Yeah.
If that does end up being them, but again, being 10 minutes early with the pick, 15 minutes early with the pick, like come on, Chance, damn, do better.
Man, really though. Man, the Panthers are on the clock right now officially. So
yep.
Be interesting.
Does anybody else? This is about Will Levis. I have to say real quick. Does anybody else think his physical tools are slightly overrated? Like he's got good physical tools, but Richardson's are so much better than Levis.
They're mad. They're like they are aight. You know what I'm saying?
They're
cool.
But
I've seen it many times.
He's literally Brian Nassib that puts mayo in his coffee. Like I'm not really here for it.
That's what I'm saying. Like
that strong arm stuff is weak, bro. Like his arm strength is probably more comparable to Paxton Lynch. He doesn't have a top 2 strongest arm in the draft. His velocity test was down. I mean, y'all know I'm a DTR boy. Like DTR has the higher velocity and is faster and measured at 6'1". Like people confuse the guy that lifts weights with the guy with plus physical traits. And honestly, on every single one of those stupid long throws, he looks stiff. His hips came around late, and you look not it. So that Will Levis stuff is for the birds. I mean, if we were to go through the last 3 drafts, he wouldn't have top 5 physical tools than all the quarterbacks. Like he doesn't have better tools than Justin. He doesn't have better tools than Trey Lance. He doesn't have better tools than Trevor Lawrence or Anthony Richardson or DTR. Like we're talking
even Malik Willis, so we know how he turned out.
Yeah, we're talking about a guy that's just like okay, physical tools, like overinflated. Like just because people confuse like guys' weightlifting strength with like throwing the ball strength. And because he's such a gym rat, but congratulations, Will Levis, you destroyed all your quick twitch muscles. Like I've seen it happen before. And there's going to be guys that are smaller with slighter arms that are twitched up enough and can throw the ball harder. Like Aaron Rodgers, for at least the better part of a decade, it was talked about he had the best arm in the NFL. If you ever saw him without a shirt on, you weren't like, dang, bro, he's shredded, bro. No, it's like noodle arm, but it's quick twitch and it's flicks. It's so much more here and here than it is here, and people get so confused.
Yeah.
So they see Will Levis and they think, oh yeah, big arm, cannon. Like it's fake news.
Man, that QB stuff, man, that's all in between here. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you gotta be able to read the defense. You gotta be able to go through all the progressions. You gotta know what the defense about to do, all that stuff. I can't be like, hey, I'm flexing here. I got big arms. I'm anchor arms from SpongeBob. I'm gonna throw the football down the field.
Like pump them up with the fake. Exactly. With the fakeness, bro.
I was heartbroken when SpongeBob got caught.
Yeah.
That's true. SpongeBob, it's incredible. It's incredible.
Literally every time you're working in, you got to.
You could, exactly.
You have to. I just think Levis also hasn't played good against good competition in like his entire college career. I don't get.
He hasn't played good against bad competition. He stinks.
Exactly. Like
19 to 10, bro. I'm off. I jumped the gun right there. 19 to 10, bro. What the hell?
19 to 10.
And he lost his job to Sean Clifford not once but twice.
Yeah, I'm definitely not on the wheel.
That's an underrated part right there.
And the thing about it is, I don't blame Penn State for that. Like I get that he's about to be drafted this high, and Sean Clifford is, Sean Clifford. But you look at their seasons this year, and Sean Clifford had the better season. But obviously Penn State's more talented. But he still had the better season.
Wins. Yeah. They should have paired them up against each other at some point. But I don't know. It just the Will Levis thing frustrates me a little bit, and maybe we'll look back and be wrong. But I'm frustrated when I see these like fake trades and these fake measurements, and I've been upset ever since the Giants drafted Jim Carrey with the top 5 pick. So it's just unbelievable what's going on with this draft process. But I just want to say, just real quick, Tyler, you look real sharp. I see the blazer.
I appreciate it.
Blazer.
Yeah, hey, listen, I joked about it. And then, Chase hit me with, are we doing it? I'm like, I just got done with practice. I joked about it. I got to run up with it still. I got to still do it. The NFL draft.
Yep.
I don't have a blazer here. I throw one on too, but.
Yeah,
I don't either, man. Or else I would.
I got two upstairs, but I'm not doing that again.
I'm a streetwear warrior. I wear streetwear to everything, no matter the event.
Nothing wrong with that.
Meetings, church. I wear babes to everything.
Well, I'm literally wearing a shirt. Like, I just wear shirts like such basic stuff. Like, I'll just wear like an Ohio State shirt everywhere.
No, wait, don't get it twisted, bro. My stuff is fire, Brady. Don't put me in that box.
No, I'm talking about my stuff, not yours.
Oh, yeah.
There's levels. There's levels.
Watch out,
There's
bro.
levels to
Crazy,
this
My high school football number, jersey number shirt right now.
Yeah,
he be on basic. Nothing wrong being basic. Shit, Brady do be on that
Donnie
basic
Dibbick,
shit.
an artist from New York, season 2, the snake season. That's what I'm on, man. No high school, nothing. When I put stuff on and I walk somewhere, nobody knows what I have on. That's how crazy it is.
All I'm doing is representing, though.
I got
Like,
Wow.
Repping hard, Brady. I respect it, man.
Repping hard.
Appreciate it.
Ooh,
I
nice.
rep it.
I'm trying to sign some NIL deals.
They're so clean. The Asian ladies in my neighborhood don't make me take them off when I come to the house.
Damn.
No.
Like, that's how
you need,
electric my collection is.
Shit,
There's
eye
levels
candy,
to this,
man.
bro.
That's eye
There's
candy.
levels to this.
How many pairs you got? How many pairs of shoes you got, like, in your collection?
Here or just in general?
In general.
I think like 107, 108.
That's too much, bro. I got like 5. I got like 5
Yeah.
shoes. 5, 6, man. That's about
That's
it. I'll be straight
that's
up.
like 20 that's like-
Panthers pick in. Panthers pick is in. They're not coming up to the stage yet. The Panthers pick is in. So
I have 22 pairs here in Dublin, Ohio.
22? That's still a lot. That's yeah.
So just we'll touch on it, man. Chase, since you brought it up, I know we hinted at it with the tip and picks thing, but Bryce Young going number 1. I think this is the guy we all expected or knew probably should have.
yeah.
And maybe we didn't want to get caught up in the Twitter rumors and all that. But I mean, anybody's first takes are going to have the first say on Bryce Young going to the Carolina Panthers.
Can I say this real quick? The draft hasn't begun yet, so it's all right. Like it was basically surefire right there. So this will be interesting to see how they do it with. The Panthers normally, like big quarterbacks. Frank Reich, of course, likes big quarterbacks. Bit of a different shift right there. Should be interesting to see what the Panthers do. They weren't too far from the playoffs last year in their shitty division, so it's the right pick though, I'd say.
I know y'all saw what Bryce Young has the pearls on.
I think so.
Yeah, in that pink too.
Yeah, you know who started that? You know who started that trend though? Garrett Wilson.
Walking out.
Garrett Wilson.
Oh, dude.
Goes to the big stage.
Him and Chris Olave
Wilson's
taking
walking
that picture of they were getting dual interviewed, I think, and they were just sitting next to each other, both wearing their shades. That was a dope pick. That's a classic.
Put that on my Instagram.
Officially official.
Yeah. I mean,
Officially official.
I think he's flat out the best quarterback in this class.
Are you guys ahead of me?
I'm not. I haven't got it yet. Yeah, I think he's ahead.
Yeah, Roger.
I
got
miss
booed up on
Goodell.
stage.
I just heard that.
I see Bryce Young dapping up now. That's all I'm seeing.
Yeah.
But
You good minute.
yeah, man, that's an incredible moment. The guy who I think deserves this. If I was the Carolina Panthers GM, I'm taking Bryce Young, and you can tell how much they liked Bryce Young by trading up. Was it from number 9? I believe from 9.
Yeah.
Then dropping all those extra assets like a DJ Moore, those other late round picks. I mean, they love something about Bryce Young, and they've known that from the jump.
I'm excited. I'm excited to see him in that Panthers blue. I really am. We'll probably see him right off the bat, probably in a Thursday night football game, first couple weeks of the season, just see what the number 1 pick's going to be looking like, in prime time. So I'm really excited to see and get a first look at Bryce Young, in big game action, of course.
Also, a pretty good situation for the number 1 overall pick to get the new weapons they've acquired.
Mm-hmm.
There could be worse. There's a lot worse situations than this.
Yeah.
I'm really hoping that we don't hear CJ's name second, but we probably will at this point. I don't know. I have no idea. I'm just not going to say anything until it happens. But
I'll say this though: if CJ walks in there and he's the second pick, there's a good chance that JSN could be 12. So
you're right. You're right.
I do. I don't know if this is a gambling show, but I did pick the under on 12.5 for JSN.
Okay.
Now we touch on it. We touch on the gambling here. College athlete. College athlete. I can't gamble, but I'm more than willing to give you my advice on it.
I was under that boat for a minute, man.
I got JSN picked in the first 12 at plus odds at plus 170.
Oh.
Wow. That's good money. That's good money.
Great, bro. Great money.
Especially the only thing that I wonder now, though, the Titans. If Stroud goes to the Texans, the Titans can't get their guy. Maybe they take receiver. Maybe they go receiver though.
I heard the Titans very much were looking to trade up into this draft and get something about that number 3 spot.
I did see that.
That's something and Peter, I'm not big, you hear a lot of these rumors, but what Peter Schrager says, I take pretty much close to heart in these mock drafts because last year he went 29 of 32 on everything.
That's
the players and the trades. And so, that man, he's talking to everybody. And the other day on the Pat McAfee show, and I was listening to that, he's like, I am more than confident I can give you the first 28 right now. I'm like,
wow.
Dude, you watch him on Good Morning Football, dude. He has got connections that have connections that have connections that have connections that have worms going through people's apples, dude. It's unbelievable.
The first 28 is crazy.
That's insane. That's insane.
He said, I'm gonna soft quote him here, but I'm pretty sure I got it down. He straight up said, there are GMs asking me what I think what other GMs are doing because of my talks with them. So GMs are gaming through Schrager to figure out what other teams are doing. It's just one of those drafts where nobody knows, I guess.
Schrager's he might be him for real. I'm not gonna lie. He's him for real though. That's crazy. I don't know. I was cool listening to Schrager before and all that stuff. And I took his stuff pretty seriously, but now seeing all this stuff, I'm like, damn, dude, he's right on with this.
Yeah, it was crazy. I mean, he's just one of those guys who's connected all around, and he's one of those two. It's not like an insider, like a rap sheet or in Rappaport, Pelissero, Schefter. He's just a dude that they talk to, I would say I would call him an insider where he's working for the information all the time. And I think that's how he gets his hands on so much information. I think.
Mm-hmm. See, with Pete, he so obviously he does Good Morning Football every Monday through Friday on NFL Network, and he's kind of the analyst role. He has a good amount of information and all that stuff. He also works for Fox. He does some stuff in the studio. He does some on-site reporting from the field. So, he does a little bit of everything, man. He dabbles in all the work. So, just being able to have some connections here and there and, with his added knowledge and just tapping in with the right people, man, he knows what he's talking about for sure.
Pick is in for number 2.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
And guess who you want? Do you know who it is, or do
I don't want to hear it yet. I don't want to hear it yet.
You want to wait? Okay, yes, I'll wait. We'll wait. So
I'm gonna mute myself. You guys want to mute real quick?
Yeah. Hey, deadass. I'm going upstairs for a second. All right. I gotta see my brother real quick and watch me.
All right.
Go down. All right. Cool.
Why do I have butterflies? I'm not making $1 million.
Bro, I'm scared.
It's when people you care about, people you care about, people you cover. You guys have been in those games. Katie, you got a show. Your show's not just Buckeye related, but you're a big Buckeye show, Yeah, a lot of followers over there. It's a guy you care about. And what's crazy is if it's the man that we're talking about, is he stupid? What's going on here, bro?
That's
18% on that test. That's true,
bro.
He took it twice.
That's what I heard. I heard he took it twice. The S2 guy, I did not remember his name, but the guy who oversees the test wouldn't give away any information. But he said there was one player who took the test who performed really bad because they were really upset and tired and hungry or something like that.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping that's CJ Stroud, and I'm guessing that's Stroud.
Dude, based on the way he plays football.
Ryan Day confirmed it that he took it twice.
Okay. Yeah, I think I saw that. Oh, yeah, I saw that. That was a couple hours ago, right? Or an hour ago, something like that.
All right, Brady, I see the man at the podium.
Oh, shoot. You see the man at the podium already?
Well, Mr. Goodell, Mr. Roger Goodell.
You see Goodell? I'm behind you still. I'm muting real quick so I don't.
No, unmute, dude. Listen to this. I want your instant.
Oh, you want to see my whole thing? Okay, yeah.
I want your
got a
whole
plan.
reaction here, man.
52nd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select C.J. Stroud.
Bro, the Texans.
Yeah, man, the Houston
Oh
Texans.
my God, you got to be
their
kidding me.
quarterback of the future.
Oh, it always happens, bro. Please get Jameson at 12.
There you go.
That's awesome. I mean, I'm happy for him.
Hey, man, number 2 overall pick. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Highest QB ever drafted.
Correct.
See, and here's the thing. Here's the thing. So, going back to the Bryce Young thing, I mean, Bryce Young got drafted number 1 overall to a 6-10 football team. That doesn't happen all the time. You know what I'm saying? So he got drafted in a very good situation. CJ Stroud got drafted
to the team that should have been the number 1 pick.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, them are the Bears. If the Texans would have done it right in that last game against the Colts, they'd be the number 1 overall pick. And
but Lovey is a Bears legend. Put on for the culture,
true,
bro.
That's
Bears
true.
legend.
True. Yes, he is.
Get him a statue. He won a Super Bowl with them boys, man. Get him a statue.
Yeah, got there, but yeah.
Got there.
But still, same thing, though. I mean, the Bears haven't had a 4,000-yard passer ever. That is insane. Ever. They've never had a 4,000-yard passer. That's crazy to think about. But hopefully,
Ohio State fans.
Hopefully, Justin Fields.
You Ohio State fans, man, you guys are going to have in my opinion, two absolute stud quarterbacks in the NFL after what was quite the streak in stereotype when it came to Ohio State quarterbacks.
It's so nice to see. I'm ready for them to both like solidify this
power.
but
powerful people.
But sure, I'll throw it up too, even though I'm white. I'll throw it up.
Appreciate it.
Oh yeah, no problem.
Appreciate diversity. Yeah.
But it's crazy to see like finally like we're gonna lose that quarterback stereotype, and a lot of it is probably because a lot of these old quarterbacks we had played in a much different system in college where we weren't a air raid offense like we pretty much are now. Because there's guys like Dwayne Haskins, God rest his soul. Obviously, his career wasn't over yet when he passed away tragically, but he was like a 3-star in high school. So I feel like we got too much hate for him not being like a immediate top quarterback.
Well, he didn't get a fair share.
He was great in college, big arm, love the guy.
To me, at least, so on Dwayne Haskins, real good to cut you off.
No, you're good. I would love to hear.
I think most people should forgive him for not being a good quarterback in the NFL because we also saw Carson Wentz go to the same team in a much better place. And also people thought, oh, he can't play football. At some point, it's not all these quarterbacks not being able to play football. It's the fact that the Washington organization doesn't do anything to help anybody.
Yeah. Situation.
Carson Wentz was not a bust until he went to Washington.
That's the biggest thing, man. The draft situations is the one thing that makes up the entire thing. It's unbelievable.
It is.
I mean,
it is.
Like there's so many examples, man. Too many to name. But one more thing, man, before I pass it back. So the Texans and the Panthers do play each other this year. They play in Charlotte. So you will have the number 2 pick versus the number 1 pick this year. Look for it to be a Thursday night football game.
Yeah. Hey, listen, man, you're Mr. NFL schedule himself.
That's trying. I
have no idea what the game will be, but that's awesome. I mean, I believe you.
Trying to, okay? I don't know. That just feels like a Thursday night football game. It's not going to be anything that's, they're not going to put it Sunday night, 4:25, all that stuff. Just a night game, It's a game that gets people to tune in on a Thursday night. It's a storyline that gets people to click on Amazon Prime Video, I guess. So is how we're going to do it now. You're not turning on your cable, you turn on Prime Video.
Dude, remember when we were hearing that CJ Stroud was going to drop out of the top 10 yesterday? And then look where we are.
Not even yesterday. The last 2 weeks, they've been saying
the whole
tumble.
But
oh my God! I'm sorry. I'm saying this right now.
Say it.
Houston Texans just traded number 3.
Wait, who did? Wait, What?
The Texans just traded with the Cardinals to number 3.
Huh?
So I was about to ask.
Whoa!
I was about to ask. Do the Texans go? Mike, literally, I have it right here. I got it on the board. Mike, do they go Will Anderson or do they go Tyree Wilson? But instead, they're going up to number 3.
Will.
And they're going to go
Will.
Anderson.
They got to go Will.
God.
This organization flips overnight. They flip it overnight. They get
Houston, we don't have a problem. We do not have a problem, Houston. Oh my gosh.
you won the Ohio State haters. Well, excuse me, not the Ohio State haters, the Ohio State fans that are hating on the organization over. But man,
Wow.
I'm trying to let the thing roll and do that thing. But when I saw I got 6 Twitter notifications at the top right of my Mac right now going, trade. I'm like, I got to say this, man.
Nick Saban's over with Will Anderson right now. It's going to happen, all right?
Yeah, Will's going
It's going to happen.
He just got the call. Yep.
Dude, that's wow. The pick's in already. Yeah, we got it. We got it. They had to cut that.
Yeah, but they could have done this the other way around. They could have drafted Will and then drafted CJ for my gambling.
That's even worse. That's a bad. That's
really
bad.
sucks for you.
They really stuck it to
Now that's
Chris.
a bad beat.
Man,
They snuck me, man.
you're gonna be on
Just
SEC
imagine-
later.
Hey, just imagine Nick Casario's in there. He pulls up FanDuel. He's sitting there looking at you.
It's definitely Will, bro.
You know what?
Oh,
We're
100%.
flipping this. We're doing it the other way.
Man,
I'm sick of these dudes.
Nobody saw that coming. What bro?
No, I mean, no.
D'Amico's happy as hell right now, bro. Oh man,
Listen, that was my concern.
That's awesome.
D'Amico Ryan. My concern was it's so hard as a first-year head coach to look at your top pick and look at your team and just punt on quarterback. Excuse me, not head coach. Punt on quarterback as a first-year head coach.
Yep.
And go get your best defensive player out there. But he gets both. He gets, in my opinion, the best defensive player on the board, and he gets my favorite quarterback in this draft, who I think is going to be the best. I think it's tough between him and Bryce Young.
They got a top 2 quarterback in the draft and the best player in the draft.
Yes.
Yeah.
And both guys, too, are clean. Like, they're
That's
not
a big hole.
no off-the-field issues. They're good dudes that can step in and be wearing a captain's badge on the first day.
Yeah. Hey, let me just mention this, too. So for anyone that is, that's interested, CJ Stroud does play in Cincinnati this year.
Okay, yeah, I might have to.
Just saying, if anyone's trying to slide to that game, Cincinnati, they do play in Cincinnati this year.
That's crazy.
Here we go.
Okay, Kris, I'm throwing it down to you, man. I saw you with a grin on your face. What are you thinking right now, man?
All right, Goodell's coming up right here.
I'm concerned about my bets, first of all, but secondly,
we can talk about both.
I almost don't want the Texans to go defense. Like, I almost would rather them have the 6th pick so they can go Paris or stay where they were to get JSN. Like,
I selfishly wanted to see CJ JSN. I'm not gonna lie.
I don't care about team construction. I care about my quarterback doing well. So it's like
me too.
All right, Goodell already walked up there. I'm ahead of you guys, but here.
Yeah, there's time in this draft still where they can make a move. I mean, I know I'm just saying in Houston, it's going to be a long night if you make both your moves at 1-2 and then you're sitting around. And if I'm a GM with all that time now, I'm picking up my phone. I'm making my calls and just inquiring, seeing what's going on. What's out there,
Hey. Coming up next right here with the Colts. All right, let me say this real quick. So I got a good friend, Ben Connors.
Perfect scenario for the Colts.
I got a good friend, Ben Connors, who lives in Indianapolis, Carmel, Indiana. He's got a cousin that works on the front office. I think he's like front desk at the Colts facility and all that stuff.
Okay.
Not Will Anderson. I'm seeing Will Anderson on the screen right now. Will Levis, though, was seen golfing with Shane Steichen about a week ago, about 45 minutes outside of Indianapolis. Just saying.
That's the one. I mean,
It's probably gonna happen, honestly.
I'm gonna text him right now. I'm gonna text Ben right now.
Defensive players are always so lit when they hug Roger.
They are. Really it's different. The quarterbacks are a little
big passive, but he's
so
lit.
Oh yeah,
bro.
So here's
selfishly, I definitely wanted the quarterback, but
they got time.
That's a good move.
Time.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, get Will Anderson up to that was the definitely the best defensive player in the draft, no doubt. To me, at least. and I'm sure you guys may agree as well, unless Jalen Carter as well. But he was my top.
I like Will Anderson more than Jalen Carter.
So do I.
Like even if you take the off the field stuff out of it,
Yeah.
I just think he's a better football player.
So do I.
I agree. I like Will Anderson a bit more than Jalen Carter. I do agree Jalen Carter is quite a dynamic player. I'm not saying that by any means, but I think Will Anderson is the more pro-ready guy. I think I like him a lot more. And then I think a guy to watch out for too is going to be Nolan Smith and Tyree? Yeah, Tyree Wilson. Tyree Wilson. Yeah. I like that. And then, all right, Clay Kruger saying AR-15 to the Colts. I don't know.
No way. Go Will Levis. Or else I'm going to go 0 for 4 to start the night.
Oh, bro.
Man, all right. So just feeling the vibe off of Chris's sports betting so far. We're looking at
man.
I'm so sorry. This is tough.
But no, I don't know. I had the opportunity to go to a couple Colts games this year and doing some media stuff. And I know from the jump with the Colts, they're going offense on this because I could audibly hear Chris Ballard mother effing his entire coaching staff up in the booth the entire way. And then I'm sitting there, game over versus they played the Eagles this game. They're done, game over. Sitting there finishing up my pizza before I hit the road, go down, maybe ask a few questions. And I hear Chris Ballard ripping every single staff coach. Same old, ba-da-da-da-da. After Jeff Saturday and Matt Ryan choked away a game. I knew they were going quarterback from the moment. And Chris Ballard sitting at a table with all of his chips. I think Chris Ballard thought he was going to be in a situation where he was going to take what was left. Now he's going up. He has a couple choices at the table. He can go left or he can go right. I mean, you can get the big, flashy, fancy thing over here, or you can get this other kind of fancy, standard-looking thing over here. Like I don't know what you do.
Man, think about Chris Ballard.
You gotta draft Chris Ballard,
though. Think about him in that situation, all right? Ballard, he's like, well, shit, my job is on the line because we went out and got like a 38-year-old quarterback in Matt Ryan. We got to go
again.
Imagine, again. It's every single year. Phillip Rivers, no. Carson Wentz, injury prone. Actually had a pretty good season with them, but lost to the Jags. Matt Ryan, we know
Clown Town, Duval County.
Exactly, yeah. But yeah, and then, Mr. Jim Irsay, probably not a pleasant person to have walking into your office every Monday morning saying, when are we going to get it right at quarterback, man? This is you. This is your thing right here. Your leash is getting shorter and shorter. And here you go. You got to pick a quarterback. It's Will the Thrill Levis or AR-15. I don't know which one you'd rather have with that nickname.
You got to get it right here. You got to get it right. Jim Irsay has given Chris Ballard plenty of time, I think, especially after Andrew Luck's sudden retirement.
Yeah. Hey, you know who this was supposed to be a couple years ago? DJU out of Clemson. That was supposed to be him up here. He probably low key though. After his freshman season, he was getting #1 hype.
Bro, that man, Chris Ballard is like, I see him on screen right now, bro. He is shaking in his boots right now. Bro. Jim Irsay chilling.
I can imagine.
Yeah, man.
Dude, that's the problem is can you really start either of these quarterbacks right away?
Bro, I think it is AR-15.
I think it is AR-15. You can start AR at tight end.
I think it is AR-15, bro.
I like that. I like that idea, low key.
Here's just another thing that I'm just throwing it out there. Remember when Lamar Jackson was being told you get to play running back or wide receiver if you want to make it in the NFL?
Yeah.
I didn't hear a single person say that about Anthony Richardson.
Not a soul. Right. Not a soul. Not a soul.
I think, and
he's coming out to the stage.
It's Anthony Richardson. It is Anthony Richardson.
I'm taking my headphones off.
Never mind. They just had the camera on Anthony Richardson. My fault.
Yeah. I'm about to say.
I jumped the gun.
I saw that camera too. I was like, oh.
But here's my thing. I would much rather have Anthony Richardson. I was explaining this to a couple of guys that I was talking to, and on Twitter I've been doing a handful too. I would rather have Anthony Richardson because he has everything you can't coach. He has everything you can't coach.
Your reel's going to blow up.
Guy,
Yep.
Your reel's going to blow up.
I'm about to run it back, bro. Chris Ballard, bro. Come on, man. I am Chris Ballard.
My betting account is getting cooked.
Dude. Oh.
Chris, who do you have at number 5? It's going the other way.
I have Jalen Carter at 5.
All right, so we can
That's still
expect Jalen Carter. Tyree Wilson going number 5. Here's my prediction right now.
Bro.
Wow.
I'm never betting on the draft again. I'm getting.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Is this your first time betting on the draft?
Yes. Never again. I'm
God.
getting cooked.
Hey, let's say
It is fade Chris Drew season.
Let's say this real quick, all right? I know the Texans traded up with the Cardinals and all, but from our mock draft on last week, we're 4 for 4 as a group.
Hey, we're
wow.
good right now. What can I say?
Chris, you were right that Will Anderson was the 3rd pick, not to the Texans because we didn't do any trades, but
bro, why is it making me laugh so hard that the Texans just had the 2nd and 3rd overall pick? Like, just thinking about that is
Have
making
I seen that? Have I seen that before? Have 2nd and 3rd back to back? That's crazy.
I've never seen that.
The only time I think about that situation was with, I think it was the Bobcats, the Charlotte Bobcats in the NBA a while back. I think was it Michael Kidd-Gilchrist?
Oh my God, it's broke jumper.
John Wall. It was just something like that where I think
I feel like I remember that.
Something like that.
Yeah, I know the Browns in 2018 when they drafted Baker at 1 and they drafted Denzel Ward at 4. That was the closest thing I've seen to that in the NFL, and that in the top 5. But back to back though, 2 and 3. Wow, I've never seen that before.
Yeah,
bro, Anthony Richardson. God, this dude his college tape is so like short. The amount of throws in the tape is so short. Like,
man.
He's an absolute freak, but
this dude makes sense. It makes I don't know about sense, but when you're looking at the guys that when you look at the guys that like said,
I'll
like
argue that would
work
make sense after this.
that Steichen just work with in Jalen Hurts. It's they're different size, different builds, and all that stuff. But I mean, if they can. If in that offense they can add some run pass option, run pass run, whatever you want to call it, that's just gonna be so tough.
Run.
Really, yeah, that's gonna be so tough to just throw them out there like week 1 though. That is like you're asking for almost a death sentence to do that,
dude. Especially because another comparison to a guy that couldn't beat out another guy. This dude couldn't beat out Emory Jones, bro. Like, I'm not saying that he isn't better than Emory Jones, but he needs some development. Like, he does not have a lot of starts or a lot of experience playing at a high level in college. Obviously has the huge arm, extreme athlete. I mean, this dude, imagine him as a tight end, though, actually. Like, just imagine him like going to college as a tight end with that athleticism.
Yeah.
Or defensive end. Like,
D-end, he's a perfect size.
Man, something. And let me just mention this.
Yeah, compared to Donovan McNabb?
That's what I said.
Oh my gosh,
bro.
Yeah, bro.
It
Hey,
makes me think Jalen Hurts more than anything.
Hey, with the opponents next year for the Colts, you've got Anthony Richardson is going to be playing against the Houston Texans twice a year, obviously. So he's going to get some matchups with CJ Stroud.
I think the Colts get that.
They play.
Oh yeah.
They play the Panthers in Charlotte. They play the Panthers, so you get to see AR-15 versus Bryce Young. The Colts do go to Cincinnati this coming year, so that'll be interesting to see how that goes. Colts aren't going to get many primetime games, but still, I mean, obviously the top 4 picks will be playing against each other this year. Obviously, 2 and 3 on the same team, but I mean, Bryce Young's going to see the Colts, he's going to see the Texans, and all of the combinations around. So this will be interesting. AR-15, CJ Stroud, Trevor Lawrence, and then whatever the Titans do.
So the Titans are like the Titans' plan, bro, is ruined. They were about to trade for that 3rd pick.
Mm-hmm.
Forget the Titans' plan being ruined. My plan was ruined.
Your plan is ruined.
The Titans are good. Vrabel's, they're gonna have a good defense, a good run game. They're fine. But Chris, right now.
I feel bad, especially because like you hadn't bet NFL draft before, and it's so like unpredictable that like the strategy is so much different than like a game.
Yeah, I'm never doing this again, y'all.
Man, that's instantly pulling up some Marvin's room. Man.
You'll make it back from college football betting this year,
bro. Honestly, what I've been on strikeout props. Been going crazy.
Baseball,
strikeout
props,
and you're
props.
allowed props.
Nah, that's
bro. You're
wild.
just a hater for the game. You're a hater of the game.
That's wild.
Bro, I got it today, bro. Otani, under 3.5 hits allowed. Cash me out.
Otani, son, man.
Nah, he's wild.
Did you bet any college basketball this year?
Why would I do that?
Because I've heard that the lines, there's so many games that the Vegas can't change all the lines if something crazy happens, and it's easy money.
Yeah, I did find myself actually betting on a lot of Wyoming basketball. Couldn't tell you 2 players on the team.
Wyoming basketball. I can't tell you that I've watched a single game.
What?
That was the IUPUI under. You know, everybody just hammer IUPUI under. Nobody knows. IUPUI doesn't even have a team anymore, man. Like,
hey, shout out to Crenshaw. Shout out to Matt Crenshaw, though, the coach of IUPUI, man. Good friend of the show. But still.
Okay.
I should bet on your college basketball games if I could.
Earlham game.
Whoa.
Hey,
Earlham versus Ball State. Ball State minus 58. What would you have taken?
Bro, I mean, they beat us by 70, so like I'd put the
Ball
line.
I wouldn't have bet against my guy Chase. I would have cashed that. Hey, the gang, this is awesome.
Younts?
I gotta run. I gotta write tomorrow's show. I appreciate you guys for letting me get in on this, but
yeah.
grab my show notes and really get into it now that this didn't go anything like planned. But I'm actually back a little bit.
Take your mind off it, all right?
Hey, if you want to swing back in, if you see something crazy, you got the link, man. Hop on whenever you want, my man.
Got it. You guys are awesome. I'll catch up.
Yes, sir, Chris.
Take care, Chris.
Have a good one.
Yep.
I would say for everybody who didn't know Chris before, that's Chris Drew, co-host Menace to Sports with Zach Smith. Chris, great dude, man. Went 0 for 4, and I think he went 0 for 5 here because Jalen Carter just went number 5 according to Ian.
Oh wow!
Hey, we're 5 for 5, man. 5 for 5 with the little mock draft circle. There we go.
Hey,
all right,
dude, we are literally winning.
Matt didn't sell. I like to see
Matt did not sell this time. Well, DJ Turner at 19. For anybody that wants
if
to
DJ
know.
Turner goes 19, I will go upstairs and shave my head bald.
You heard it here first.
I would
heard it here first. And I know I'm not going to have to do it because DJ Turner's not going 19.
What if he went earlier? What if he went somehow earlier?
Then I'm not shaving my head. I'm saying that it has to be 19 exactly.
Straight up 19.
Dude, this dude, Matt, we've been like making fun of him for it, like just messing with him. He gets so mad. He's like, stop talking about it. He's like, I choked.
So just looking at this now. Go ahead, Chase. You go ahead.
But what killed me was when we were talking about the DJ Turner thing on the show last week, and you brought up you didn't even use the whole 45 seconds, and he goes, I was gonna take a stretch, but then he goes,
I was gonna he said I was gonna reach.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna reach, but I'm gonna go DJ Turner at night. That just doesn't get old. Does not get old.
No,
dude, it's like
great. That's got to be in the intro. That's got to be in the intro for the future.
Oh yeah.
The weirdest part about that is like obviously Matt's not a Michigan fan. Like it would have made more sense if Tyler did that because like it's his like it's one of his.
I'm getting some ricochet shots, man.
No, it's not even a shot. Like I wouldn't have like been mad if you did that because like you're a Michigan fan. Like he's on your team. Like if you did that for fun, like it's just a monster.
Oh shit! Devin Witherspoon at 5. Whoa!
Oh, they played us. They played us.
Devin Witherspoon went 5th.
He went 5th.
There's a rat in the building. There's a rat in the Seahawks organization.
There's a mouse in the house, and they got him.
Hey, I do think they just got the best corner in the draft, probably. But wow.
I agree.
Your reel's blown up too.
Hey, my reel was. I do have a Devin Witherspoon reel about like how he's the most consistent corner in the draft.
You do. So
I agree. Witherspoon.
Hey, Seattle's going to Cincinnati too, so they'll be playing Cincinnati. I'm not too sure when, but obviously the schedule release comes out in about 2 weeks. They go to Cincinnati. Notable players that Witherspoon might have to guard this year: Cooper Kupp when he comes back, Jamar Chase, obviously. T. Higgins potentially, Odell Beckham Jr. if he plays more than 3 games, CeeDee Lamb. That was the entire AFC West division. Amari Cooper, AJ Brown, or Devontae Smith. He's got some good matchups to look at.
Bro, I'm excited for Devin Witherspoon. Like he's just a guy that like I don't see him failing. I don't see him failing as an NFL corner at all. Like
no,
he's a good player.
He's a lock.
Seattle's next great corner, man. That's their next great corner right there.
Yeah, I feel like
PFF's best this year.
Yeah.
One of PFF's best grade college corners, targeted 63 times, only allowed 22 catches. It had 14 pass breakups.
Yep.
And, I mean, he allows – I don't know how much you love looking at these stats, but he allows 3.3 yards per target.
That stuff matters, really. It really does.
Jeez.
Because it shows his ability to – like, if he gets beat, that he's making the tackle.
Yeah.
Immediately. Like, I'm a really big fan of Witherspoon. I think a dude that like might have the most potential in the draft as a corner is probably Joey Porter Jr. just because he's like got like 80-inch wingspan. He's more penalty he gets more penalties and he's more risky than Witherspoon. I think Witherspoon was the right pick.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah, Witherspoon's solid.
Yeah.
And then obviously DJ
now at 6. DJ Terry, gotta love it. I mean, what happens at 6 now though?
Man,
what happens at 6 now? Because you can go Jalen Carter.
Yeah.
Do the Lions trade out?
Bro.
I mean, Will Levis is still on the board.
I'm going defense. If I'm Detroit, I'm going defense. I think.
So do you go Nolan Smith? Do you go Tyree Wilson? Do you go Jalen Carter? Like
I'd probably go Jalen.
The Lions right now. What are you doing?
I think they're going Jalen Carter. I think they're
going with Jalen.
They got it.
Or a corner, probably.
So look at their dynamic. All right. So you've got Aiden Hutchinson on the edge. In the NFL, I mean, if you have one really good edge rusher, there you go. I mean, the other side, you got to just have a decent one, I'd say. You get a guy that can clog up the middle in both ways possible and have Jalen Carter, sit up in the middle. Detroit can look for a linebacker later on. They signed an entire secondary this offseason. Got Kirby Joseph on the back end. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. I believe Cam Sutton's there now. I think Emmanuel Mosley. Ooh. So, I mean, they've got a good group already in the secondary. I wouldn't mind them drafting a cornerback, say, in the second round or so. But I think they should go or at 18, depending on what happens.
Looks like they're going to be drafting that good corner you're talking about later on in this one because the Arizona Cardinals are trading up to number 6.
Oh, okay.
I think I know who they're taking.
Who? Wilson?
Never mind. I think it's gonna be Carter. I think it's gonna be Jalen Carter.
Huh? You think it's Jalen Carter? Okay.
I wonder what the Lions got for it. Just did a squat, probably is my guess, but
that's what I got it right here. I just saw it come across the line right now. Let me pull it up. So I think I saw it's load. So let's see. Where'd it go? I want to say it was number 24 was involved. Don't quote me on that.
24 was involved. Okay.
Wow. Huh. Let's see.
Bro, that corner duo is nasty for the Seahawks. They have Tariq Woolen.
Yeah.
So just throwing it out here quick. Cardinals trade 6.
Yep.
For Detroit's 12 and 34. That's where the 4 came from. 12 and 34.
So Detroit's going back to 12, and they also get 34. The Cardinals move to 6.
Correct.
Huh,
so they get the third.
Oh, that's fantastic, round. Dude. That's fantastic for Detroit. 12, 18, 34. They basically got 3 first-round picks in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, then you can bundle 18 and 34 if somebody else your slides,
Dude, exactly. Yeah. I mean, I think they're cooking up there in Motown right now. I'll tell you that. That's 12, 18, 34 if they do it right. So, I mean,
this draft was so weird. I mean, I think you point out the great thing. You essentially have 3 first-rounders because the way this all goes and looks right now is this draft, there's like no chalk. Like, there's a couple guys like, this dude's a stud, this is a stud. Yeah. But after that, it's like team preference at this point. Yeah. And if you're the Lions right now, they might be sitting there like, dang, a couple guys we are like, they're sliding down the board. We're going to get some extra value, and we're just going to sit back later and just see what happens. Mm-hmm. So I think it's a really good move.
Yeah.
I'm with you there.
I think when you're looking at it, maybe they're hoping – I don't think Christian Gonzalez is going to be there at 12, but I think Joey Porter Jr. is going to be there at 12. And I think
Joey Porter Jr. is there.
Might take a chance at there at 12 for the Lions. So
I like Porter a lot. I think Gonzalez might be a little bit more less risky than Porter, but I think Porter has the higher upside. So I don't mind that move at all.
Yeah, a great press corner, 6'2", 1. That know how to be a pro right away. And I had him at my number 3 corner ahead of Deontay Banks, behind Gonzalez and Witherspoon.
Yeah.
So, but it also just depends on scheme and personnel, and I think he could very well fit in. Aaron Glenn, still the D coordinator out there for the Detroit Lions, and Bryce, he's a guy that he likes, being a former defensive back himself.
Yep.
Yeah.
I agree. I think Detroit, they're gonna want to be a physical defense this year. I don't think they're just gonna play it back on their heels. I mean, they weren't a good defense, back in 22. That was a big thing that hindered them from potentially becoming a playoff team. I think when they go out there and they're going to go out and get an aggressive corner, an aggressive guy like Joey Porter Jr., who, big playability, shut down. They'll take some penalties with them and all that stuff. They'll take the growth and some mistakes that he might make, but they want to go big with it, man. So, I mean, I could definitely see Porter Jr. at 12.
Definitely live and die with those penalties, but it's one of those players where how aggressive he plays, it's more worthy. You can live with the penalty every once in a while.
Yeah, the Lions, man, they're gonna have one of the best secondaries in football, man. If they get Joey Porter Jr. with this Cardinals pick right here, I'm taking the headphones off.
With the 6th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Paris Johnson Jr.
Ooh.
Hey, that's Kyler Murray. Murray.
Yeah, you did bring that up, Brady. You brought that up earlier. Yeah,
I heard he might be going 3 earlier today, but I didn't feel he would trade it. But
there you go. Yeah,
that makes sense. They got their guy apparently, because I heard it was their guy, but got some extra value for it. So
nice.
Yeah, and I'm happy for the guy, Paris Johnson Jr. He's one of the best dudes that's ever come through the program. I mean, he's hyped right now.
All around dudes.
All around dudes.
Yeah. That's all.
Great guy. Great family, just a guy that you're really happy for. Really love Paris, and excited that he's going there for the Cardinals, man. It's just great to see that.
I love how
Princeton, Ohio guy.
Princeton, yeah, represent Vikings, man, yeah.
And Saint X as well. I
actually played against him. I played against him.
You did.
Listen. I'll use played very loosely. I kicked.
Oh, okay.
I kicked.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
The best player I ever played against in high school was a Purdue linebacker commit. That was this year. But,
me kicking. I didn't see a whole lot of Paris Johnson, but I eyeballed him. I was like, oh, that dude's big as crap.
He probably looked a little different than most of the other people on the field, I would guess.
Yeah, that guy looks pretty scary.
He did, just a little bit.
Pretty scary. Even though it's a Division I school in Cincinnati, that dude looks pretty nasty.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, I heard they got an Ohio State guy on their offensive line.
Yeah.
And that offensive line comes trotting out, and you see a dude who is about 3 heads bigger than the next guy next to him. I think I found the Ohio State commit. And here we go, number 6 pick in the NFL. How about that?
What high school did you go to?
I went to Valley View.
Okay, yeah.
Small school. I think we got him in like a preseason type deal.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Still, definitely know Valley View. Definitely know.
Oh yeah, I know Valley View. They played our rival. They played them the past couple of years, Shawnee. So I've watched Valley View film quite a bit over the past couple of years.
Yeah, I think
man.
Another thing to get out the Valley View, man. They beat Shawnee back in the 2019-2020 OHSAA basketball tournament. I was in attendance for that game. Thank you for that. So.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes. Take the rival.
Paris Johnson, what stands out to me about this one is Paris Johnson going at 6. Kyler Murray was saying he wanted him. And this shows you that the Cardinals, they're backing Kyler Murray now. They're like, this is our guy. We put in your contract that you didn't watch film and you had to watch film. And now we're going to listen to you because you apparently watched some Paris Johnson film and liked him. In my opinion, Paris Johnson, the best tackle in this draft. Probably the second best lineman. I like Peter Skoronski a bit more, but Paris Johnson is the best tackle in this draft. Leaps and bounds, I think.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Skoronski's a weird one because he's an in-betweener. Like, obviously, you see him as a guard. I do as well. So I think he's a great guard prospect with his ability to pass and run block at a high level for 4 years or 3 years. I mean, at Northwestern. But yeah, I would agree. I'm Paris, as far as tackles, would be my number 1 guy as well.
Yeah, I mean, look at it for the Arizona Cardinals. They're also another team that played Cincinnati Bengals this year, out in the desert. Looking at potential guys he's going to have to block on the edge, he's going to get Nick Bosa twice a year.
That's going to be interesting.
That's going to be fun. That'll be fun to see. Ohio State crime right there. Micah Parsons, so good to see Micah Parsons. Kayvon Thibodeau for the Giants.
You got the two best pass rushers in the league.
There you go. So I mean, that's big. He'll get Myles Garrett.
Three best pass rushers in the league,
and make it a fourth one. He'll get T.J. Watt as well.
Oh shoot, I forgot about T.J. Watt. What am I talking?
And a team that they didn't even pick up the fifth-year option of Chase Young.
Jesus,
which is absurd. Why did you not pick that man's fifth-year option?
Yeah, I was a little shocked about that, especially since the dude's been hurt. That's weird. But hey, man, hopefully he goes to a good situation as well.
Yeah. Hey, and to kind of shift gears, man, Raiders are on the clock.
Are they going Jalen? I feel like the Raiders would absolutely be the Jalen Carter.
We love Raiders picks.
Yep.
We love when we go to Raiders pick. Watch them pick Will the Thrill Levis or some shit.
Dude, watch them pick. Watch them pick DJ
quarterback.
Watch them pick or something like that.
Let's see what Peter Schrager had. So Peter Schrager, Peter Schrager, my Lord and Savior, had Tyree Wilson coming in, and I think Jody just joined in. I'm gonna get Jody on here.
Right. Yes,
Jody
sir.
Coleman against the grain sports. Jody, you're at the draft, man. So what's it like? We've seen so many trades. Texans going back to back. What's your reaction so far, man?
Hey, right now the Texans are trying to win right away. D'Amico Ryans is making no slice about how he want to be successful in year one. Going to get a quarterback, then making a trade up to get the best player in the draft, Will Anderson Jr. That's just a mastermind move. And I like what Houston is doing and immediately trying to make their team better than they have.
Yeah, man, absolutely. I agree. I would say, Jody, you're in the presence of two pretty big Buckeye heads. Chase down in the corner, hosting the Custom Chase Sports Podcast, and Brady, the co-host here. And they're talking about how awesome it is not only seeing C.J. Stroud go, but seeing the Texans help C.J. Stroud out, but then also seeing C.J. Stroud's left tackle, Paris Johnson, landed in a pretty good spot as well.
Hey, listen, I'm a Buckeye fan too, so
yes, sir.
All we gotta do is add I.O. All we gotta do is add Jackson Smith and Jigma, first receiver off the board. Then the thing is first round.
Yeah.
Hey,
dude.
Jody, where do you think he's gonna go? Where do you think he's gonna land?
I got Tennessee number 11. I like Tennessee number 11.
Yep.
Yes, sir. I could definitely see him in a Titans uniform. I could definitely see that.
I would long Ryan Tannehill. If he's able to be in that slot, because people don't realize Jackson Smith and Jigma is 6'1", but he can play inside and outside the number.
Oh yeah.
And he's the guy that just because he didn't play last year, and I told people this. When he was in that wide receiver role, Kris, Garrett Wilson, and also Mark Harrison Jr., he was rated the highest out of all those receivers.
Yeah,
100%.
No, he was the best.
That's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, and it's not like it's a debated subject either. I mean, we just had Chris Drew, host of Menace to Sports, Zach Smith. And I mean, they've been the guys on that story a lot. So, listen, it's obvious that this man, JSN, is just something different. You can play inside out. You can play any of them at any wide receiver spot. And for you guys just being Texans supporters now because of CJ Stroud being there, I think it's going to hurt because I think the Titans do take him or they're going to go offensive line. I mean, if the Titans go offensive line, if Skoronski could fall, if Skoronski falls, I think they take Skoronski, and the Texans are blessed with JSN.
Yeah.
Wait, do the Texans still have the 12th pick?
The Lions have that now.
Oh, the Lions have that now. My bad. So many trades getting me crazy.
Yeah, me too, honestly.
Hey, they just selected Tyrese Wilson with the 7th pick. He went to Vegas.
Yep.
Kid out of Texas Tech.
There you go.
Hey, this guy, man. Hey, he reminds me a lot of Chandler Jones, long arms.
Yeah.
He had 7.5 sacks. 6 of those sacks was against ranked opponents.
Yep.
Hey, he's gonna make an immediate impact.
Yeah, and the big thing is with Tyree Wilson, man, with him being 6'6", 275, you can put him inside, outside, you can move him around as a chess piece on the defensive line. That's a really big pickup for the Raiders.
Yeah, proven commodity for the past couple years at Texas Tech too. Really, he's one of those pass rushers that has many different moves. He's not a bull rush, straight up bull rush guy, but he also can win with finesse. So I really liked his tape this year.
Yeah, and freaky athlete, too. I mean, he fits that Raiders mold. I know, Chase, you made a joke about it, of who the Raiders are going to take just based off their history.
Yeah.
And I think they get a guy that is going to be someone who you just say, go out and hunt these quarterbacks in the AFC West. And I think he's going to be a guy that gives the Raiders a better fighting chance on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah. I mean, when you're looking at these quarterbacks it's big. It's big.
Well, the selection was made because they picked up Jimmy G in the offseason. If they wouldn't have went Jimmy G in the offseason, they would have picked Will Levis with that pick because after moving Derek Carr. But, I mean, the Raiders' first-round selections have not been that good the past 4 to 5 seasons. Matter of fact, they don't even have – only first-round pick they have on their team is Josh Jacobs.
Yeah.
In the last 5 or 6 seasons.
Yeah.
It's going to be –
I find it crazy that
– Go ahead, Brady.
Oh, my bad. I was just going to say, I find it crazy that Josh Jacobs was Bama's third-string running back his junior – like the year that he went out, and he was still a first-round pick, which obviously has turned out because he was RB1 in fantasy last year, but it's just crazy to me.
No, it's Alabama.
They didn't pick up his fifth-year option, though.
Yeah, and for him to for him to have a season like that, I mean, after they didn't pick up the fifth-year option, though, I mean, he was leading rusher in the league and all that stuff, puts the Raiders in a tough spot, puts Josh Jacobs in a great spot when it comes to looking for a contract. So, I mean, but I mean, trying to do good things there. That was a big hug, though, by Tyree Wilson. What the heck?
Man, it's something about these defensive guys.
Running back to Dama Dozen.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm really interested where Bijan is about to go. Like,
that's a good question. That's a good question.
He could go 8 to the Falcons.
He could. That's why
he could also fall all the way to 28. I don't think the Bengals get him, but he's like going to be in that 23, 26 or top 10. But if he gets to the teens, if he gets to the teens, he's not going in the teens, I don't think.
No, there's none of the teams in the teens are looking for a running back, really.
Yeah. Yeah. Falcons pick is in right now. Obviously, nothing's happened, but it's in.
I say if you're Bijan Robinson, it hurts your money. So, Jody, let me ask you, man, what's the vibe down there right now? I'm sure you got a lot of fan bases represented in Kansas City at the draft, but what's been the vibe with all these trades? Because, we've had great reactions here seeing these trades, but I can only imagine what it's like in person right now.
That's how many people showed up for this draft here in Kansas City. It looked like it's bleeding red because there's so many Kansas City fans here. It makes me sick because I'm a Browns fan, and nobody's here from I haven't seen not one person with a Browns jersey on. I'm really disappointed at that. But it's well represented from Chicago to Carolina. You see a lot of Kansas City fans, of course. You see a lot. It's a lot of fans. It's a lot of fun right now. And Atlanta's pick is in.
And right before, if we can sneak it in real quick, Jody, who would you like to see the Browns go after in this draft? Is there anybody that you think would be nice to fall to the Browns?
Can we trade our second round?
Everyone gets a free new Samsung Galaxy S23 with the Galaxy phone trade-in. Any year, any condition.
So really, anybody we get at the third pick will be basically just somebody that can fill roster spots at that point. If we can get the kid Simpson out of Clemson at linebacker, if he falls that far, that's who I'm really looking to get in the third round from Cleveland.
Yeah, I think you make a great point.
Yeah.
Some of these guys towards the second, third, fourth round, they're not these blue chip certified prospects and just evaluated talents. But if you can get a guy that you really like, like Simpson out of Clemson, those can be sometimes home run hitters for those teams that step in, play great on their rookie deal for a handful of years, and then get that secondary contract. But it could be a guy that fills holes on a team Browns in the AFC North, trying to compete and trying not to finish last in the AFC North.
Well, you know, we've been finishing last a lot, so we're used to being at the bottom. So anything we do is going to be a but really Cleveland right now, we traded a lot of picks because you need a quarterback in this league to win games, and we went and got Deshaun Watson.
Yep.
Without the legal issues, a half a year up under his belt, all the legal situations behind him, he could be a top 8 quarterback in this league because he's going to need to be because the Jets has Aaron Rodgers. I think Russell Wilson to have a bounce back year. The AFC is full of talented quarterbacks. Now you bring Bryce Young to the mix. It's a lot of talented quarterbacks.
No, I agree. I mean, Deshaun Watson, and also, too, you know, just being suspended still for the first big chunk of this season never helps anybody, not being able to be in the building and all that. And now I think he's going to get a full offseason under his belt, full time with the team, getting settled in. It's going to be interesting to see what the Browns can do. You know, I don't know what their ceiling is and where their floor is, but it's going to be very interesting to see because it's an exciting team right there with Amari Cooper, Nick Chubb, Deshaun Watson, and a decent offensive line as well. It's going to be interesting to see what happens over there in Cleveland.
Well, I see who the dude. I know who the Falcons are drafting just because they're speaking on Twitter.
Who you getting?
Who is?
You want me to say?
Yeah, announce a pick. Announce a pick. Oh, here. The Falcons took Bijan.
They took Bijan? That's what you're hearing. Okay.
I'm hearing they are taking him 100%, but it was Dove. It was that Dove Cleveland guy.
Okay.
So let me bounce this one too. So the Eagles just traded up one spot. They're at number 9.
Oh.
So the Eagles and Bears traded picks, and I'm sure there's a little bit more. But the reason why that makes me think there is like, does Bijan slide to 9, or are the Eagles going to go after Skoronski, or are they going to go after Jalen Carter? Jalen Carter sitting at 9. And if I think the Falcons take Bijan, I think the Eagles take Jalen Carter at 9 if I'm the GM there.
Yeah.
You know what?
What about the Bears? I thought the Bears were
They traded.
They just traded, you said? Oh, I missed that.
They just swapped picks.
I think it's a swap and maybe a late round.
That's what the Falcons do.
It is. Robertson was the pick.
Yep.
Bro.
All right.
Robertson was the
Wow.
pick. Robertson
Wow.
was the pick. I'm a little shocked with that pick because they just had a running back that went for over 1,000 yards.
Yeah, Tyler Algier, yeah.
He went over 1,000. That really got me scratching my head.
Yep.
The quarterback position is solid. We got Devin Miller going into his second year. They could have used some outside help at receiver. Losing Calvin Ridley, he's not coming back. Pitts is always consistently hurt.
Yep.
Maybe they should have went wide receiver in that position instead of running back, but it is, Atlanta feel like they made enough moves, and he might be the missing piece offensively.
Atlanta, they're also trying to establish their identity, apparently. I mean, they're, with Desmond Ridder trying to be a multifaceted quarterback and then adding Bijan Robinson and Tyler Algier, and they're really trying to stick their identity that they're a run-first team, maybe throw some play action, and it's, they're not lost in what their identity is. It's pretty clear what they're going to be trying to do, all right? So that could be the case.
Definitely. I say Bijan Robinson, probably my favorite player in this draft class. Go at it, Jody.
My question is, when you go get a running back like Robertson and you just had a runner, that's the missing piece to the NSL, NFC. That's the missing piece for him.
You cut out a little bit.
No, I said getting Robertson after they had so many needs and Jalen Carter was still on the board.
Yeah.
Because I think whatever gets Jalen Carter is going to get a stud. I know he's safe at his pro day.
Oh, yeah.
But he's still a stud.
Yeah, exactly.
Bro, I'm hearing the Eagles are going Jalen Carter all over social media right now from some reliable sources, but
I think that's the move. I think that's the move. If I'm the Eagles GM right now, I mean,
that's what I'm doing.
You're going to go out and land. Probably, you could argue the best defensive player in this draft. I know we were a more heavy Will Anderson group when KD was on as well.
Yeah,
I like Jalen Carter a lot.
You got Jordan Davis and And Jalen Carter, man, in the front for the Eagles. If that's the case, man, that's a big get right there.
Hey, they're going to be back like last year. Won a national championship together, and now holding up front for the Eagles, who just lost the Super Bowl. So that's a big get for them.
Yeah.
That one guy's going to lose his starting job now. That Brandon Graham guy that's always talking to all the other team, bro.
Brandon Graham.
Yeah, Brandon
always
Graham.
mic'd up. Always mic'd up.
Yeah, he's always
Michigan
saying
man.
funny stuff.
Michigan man Brandon Graham.
Wait, he's from Michigan?
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Oh, I low-key did not know that. I'm not even
I didn't know it for a minute either, but he is. Yeah.
What year did he leave?
Like 12?
Yeah, 12 or 14, somewhere in that range.
Wow. How did I not know that?
Something like
Yeah,
that.
it's going to be interesting to see now what happens. So Jalen Carter goes at 9. The Bears at 10.
Probably.
So the Eagles traded 10 in a 4th round. So a 4th rounder moves you up one spot. But tackle, I guess. But here's where we were talking about this a moment ago, Brady.
Yeah.
Peter Skoronski, the best lineman left in this.
Yeah.
But he's not that tackle, according to a lot of NFL scouts.
Right.
They're saying guard.
Yeah.
So you see them going Broderick Jones or Darnell Wright then?
Darnell could be the pick.
I think it might be Darnell. I think that might be the pick here.
Good.
I think the Bears really like him. I don't think they've had much talk with Broderick Jones. Maybe I'm wrong because this media always lies, like we saw with who just went number 2 overall and what we heard this past week. And all this Will Levis hype. Like, where's Will Levis at?
Yeah.
Like,
Sliding down a slide right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jody, we haven't asked you, man. What are you thinking?
I
Oh,
don't see if Will Levis didn't go to the Raiders. I think Will Levis won't go for maybe, and he might not go in the 1st round.
Yeah.
Bro, if he doesn't go in the 1st round,
Good chance.
I don't want to hate on the dude, but he has it coming with that film he put out. It was not good. It was not great at all. Like, I don't know if I would even take him in the 1st round based off what I've seen. I think Anthony Richardson had the much better tools physically than him, so that makes more sense. So that made sense to me. But Will Levis, man, I had a feeling this would happen with him. I just did.
Yeah, I like Hendon Hooker too. I like Hendon Hooker more than Will Levis.
Me too.
And I saw a lot of people saying that maybe there might be some trades in the back end, like the Vikings trading in, getting Hendon Hooker, something like that, with the Bengals pick.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what's going to happen here, but I think both those guys have their fate sealed and not going until the late 20s if they go in the 1st round at all.
Yeah. Hey, let me ask Jody something real quick. Jody, what's your you got like Twitter, TikTok, all of that? What's your TikTok and all, Twitter and all?
Actually, my TikTok is simple, Jody Coleman, and you can catch me at Against the Grain Sports, as well as the TD Report down. That's where we got a podcast and a website, and I'm on Twitter. I'm not really that big on Twitter, but
okay,
Jody Coleman. I'm trying to do something different on that.
All right. Cool.
Yes, sir.
Jody's a big TikTok guy. Let me tell you, big TikTok guy against the Grain Sports. He's giving a lot of takes, and the part I love so much about what you do, Jody, is you're pulling back debates on like old time players, why they're not Hall of Famers compared to current Hall of Famers, things like that, but also just good debates, general debates that are less mainstream. You hear everybody on the normal saying like, oh, this or that. He's diving deeper. He's getting alternative debates that are like genuine good debates. It's just not what you hear all the time.
I just dropped you a follow, man, on TikTok, man. I got you.
Hey,
yeah, me too.
I'm gonna follow you right back. I'm gonna follow you guys right back. But Tyler, hold on.
All right.
Jalen Carter.
Jalen Carter. Man, they are manned up in the middle right there, Philadelphia. That's big.
Love it.
Wow.
Man, you're Super Bowl losers rebuilt, not retooling.
Hey, you got a nice TikTok, bro.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, man, he's big on the TikTok. Now, I was telling you, he's big on TikTok.
He is big on TikTok.
Yes, he is.
He put me on game with TikTok.
Love it. Love it.
And it's gonna work. I'm telling you, because what you're doing, I follow everything you do. But I like how you brought up the fact that I talk about the older stuff because a lot of times, no disrespect to the younger generation, but you don't know how good some of these players were.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I try to just remind people, and I try to match stats because a lot of people know about what the media tell them, and then that person's good, and we forget that Rondé Barber, what he did with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I think he should have been a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Big time.
We forget about what Zach Thomas, man, one of the best linebackers of all time.
Dolphins.
And he's still not in the Hall of Fame. So I just like to bring up the base back. I'm a historian of the game, and I just love it, man.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Love it.
That's
Love
great.
it. Absolutely.
Against the Grain Sports is killing in all facets. I mean, and also just, gosh, man, it's crazy too, just seeing what's going on here. And then you're at the draft right now. It's pretty damn cool. I have to say that.
So we're going to tell Brady that we met at the game at a UT.
Yeah, we met down at the first four.
Oh, yeah. At the first four of March Madness this year.
Yeah.
Yeah, met down at the first four.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah.
It is awesome. Was it? Were you guys there? Which night were you there? Were you there both nights?
Both nights. We met both nights, and then we end up seeing each other again at the first home at Nationwide Stadium in Columbus when we was.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's dope.
Oh, I was at Columbus too, actually. I've been talking to Tyler over there.
I was at the Pittsburgh, Mississippi State night. I was at both those games. Corpus Christi, I was at that.
Okay.
I was sitting front row, right where the buzzer beater, the 3-point that the Mississippi State guy tried to hit the game winner. Bro, I was sitting right behind that.
Okay.
My brother had 1,000 on that game.
Hey.
Yes, sir.
I get with you guys whenever y'all want me to come back, man. I'd love to come back, man.
Dude, absolutely, Jody. I appreciate you taking the time. I know you're busy, but I'm like, we were texting like you're gonna be at the draft. I'm like, I gotta get you on just to see what it's going like and what it's like. So I appreciate you taking the time.
Nice meeting you, Jody.
It was good to meet you, man. It was really good to meet you.
Yes, sir. I'm gonna follow you guys back. I'll be here tomorrow. If you're going on tomorrow, I'll be here again tomorrow.
Awesome,
Sounds
man.
like a plan.
Yeah, appreciate you.
I appreciate you guys. Nice meeting you.
Peace. You too, man. Take care.
Yeah, man, Jody, small world. Just want to fill you in a little bit more. And of all you audience guys, you may not know who Jody is. So Jody Coleman, Against the Grain Sports, the TD Report, 4.0 Sports Media, a lot of his own things, and a great dude. Served in the military and now chasing a career in the sports media world.
Awesome.
He's a great guy. Love meeting him at March Madness. Covers a lot of the sports.
Love it.
Cool, another Dayton area guy too.
That's brilliant. That's brilliant, man. Repping the 937, man. That's awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. It's pretty dope seeing all these guys from the region doing their thing, whether it's Dayton, our area now. I'm in Indiana, but you guys still Dayton, Columbus.
I know what you're saying. Yeah, yeah.
You got KD, Cleveland, Akron from the ATL originally, but we're all these Ohio guys chopping it up, which is pretty cool.
Absolutely. Awesome to see. Awesome to see.
That I-70 pipeline right there, man. I'll tell you that.
Absolutely. And I'm seeing the Bears pick is in.
Yep.
I don't know who, but I'm seeing that it's in. Quick guesses on who we're thinking here, potentially.
Darnell Wright is my guess.
Yeah, I'll probably go with Darnell. I'll probably go with Darnell. I don't have much to say.
I'm
a little lost. I'm a little lost, though. I'm a little lost right now. Just didn't expect the trade up and all. Didn't expect the trade up for the Eagles and all. The Bears just been trading this entire offseason. So I mean, that
moves.
Shouldn't have been surprising that they traded, but I mean, man, I'm actually stumped. I have no idea.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see offensive line here, but just going off of trends in the last few drafts. What if Justin Fields, Jackson Smith, and Jigba get paired together in Chicago?
I would like to see that.
I don't know. I don't know why world I'm the one pulling up this agenda and pushing this agenda. I figured one of you guys would beat me to it.
Yeah.
That's why I brought it up. But what if? I mean, going off of basic past trends, you got Hurts and Smith. You got Burrow and Chase.
That's the biggest one right there. That's the biggest one. I mean, think about it. The Bengals really, they needed offensive line that year, and they picked Chase at 5. And the Bears need an offensive line, but if they
should go JSN. I think they should go JSN. Yeah. I think they should, but I don't think they will. Here.
I mean, you can get, I hate to say it, you can get offensive line later in the draft.
You can. And especially because Paris is already gone. Like, he was the best OT in this draft, and that's what they need.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just one of those drafts where, too, I mean, I've said it a couple times, like, this draft isn't the greatest draft ever.
No.
All right. Pick is in. They're about to select it here. Okay.
Ooh.
Okay, Darnell Wright. Okay. Okay. So that's kind of where our heads were thinking. That's kind of where we were looking.
Yep.
I like it a lot. You know, we got to do some agenda pushing here every once in a while.
Yeah. Bro, I wanted it to be JSN.
You know, but just for you guys who may not know a lot about Darnell Wright, you know, 4-year starter who finally saw kind of that light switch flip, you know, finally everything started making sense this season after locking up Will Anderson. You know, only allowed 1 pressure in that game, which is wild. You know, I mean, if you're just going to look at that, you know, one of the best defensive tackles, well, not defensive tackles, edge rushers on the board and matching up, and did a pretty good job only holding him to 1 pressure. And he only let up 8 pressures all season. You know, probably the second best tackle in this draft, you could argue. Very much more pass pro guy, I think, than Broderick Jones. But I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good pick. At least they'll be able to protect Fields and all. They could, you know, maybe look somewhere in the second round for a receiver. I mean, obviously they got DJ Moore now, which is nice. Chase Claypool is on the roster. Darnell Mooney. I mean, their receiving core is okay. You know, and they go out and get an offensive tackle, like you said, pass pro guy, more particular with Darnell Wright. This is, you know, good construction for the Chicago Bears right now.
Yeah, I'll take it.
I mean, and think about the picks they got as well. They got, you know, all those picks. They got another second-round pick for the Panthers and all. A couple later-round picks, next-year picks as well. So, I mean, the Bears are setting up really for the future and all. So, I think this is a fine pick with Darnell Wright.
Yeah, and they got tools, too. As you mentioned, those assets they got in the trade.
Yep.
If somebody slides, they might be able to work something out.
Yeah.
So, where I'm kind of seeing right now as well with this Bears team, in a sense, is kind of unfortunately a similar fate we see with our Bengals team sometimes, where run blocking is a little bit easier than the pass blocking. You know, run blocking, you just got to get off and go and just make those holes and hit the guys in front of you. And I mean, Chase, you know this with your football experience. Same with you, Brady. You guys know what I'm talking about. You just got to spring off forward and hit the guy in front of you pretty hard, or you can start pulling. You can also scheme good blockers to become great blockers, or poor blockers into pretty good blockers. I think you can scheme that for a year or two, but I do think you need to address the skill positions very much for Justin Fields in the coming years, and especially too later on in this draft class.
That's a big thing. They go on, you know, you think about some of the offensive linemen that you're picking and some of the running backs that you're picking. They got to be, you know, in unison. They got to be in that the orchestrated talent, you know. You know, there's some teams that like to run a lot of stretch. They like to, you know, run a lot of wide zone schemes and all that stuff. And then there's some teams that like to play smash mouth football, play downhill, and play a lot of power run games. So, I mean, it just kind of depends on, you know, you got to know your identity at what you want, and you got to match that with who you get, you know, up front and the running back. So, I mean, that's a big thing there. I think, you know, Chicago's still trying to figure that out, but you know, that's a big thing though when it talks about a power run scheme, stretch run scheme, all that stuff. So it's
the Titans pick is also leaked.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yep. I don't know. Let me know if you guys want to know. If not,
all right, give me a second. All right, so I'm gonna talk through this. Offensive line is a need for this team.
Yep.
Okay. Offensive line is very much a need for this team. So Peter Skoronski wouldn't shock me. Broderick Jones would shock me a little bit more than Peter Skoronski. But I've heard a lot of rumors where they really wanted to get quarterback in this draft. A lot of hate on Malik Willis. And I swear, with that little grin, if they did
Brady, that grin is that
grin's giving me something.
What are you?
But man, if they went quarterback at 12, I think they reached a little bit. I'm not mad at them for drafting quarterback, but if they drafted quarterback at 12, they reached a little bit.
Bro, let's think about
got Levis or Hooker later on. And Brady, don't talk. Chase and I are talking this.
Let's think about this
right now.
Let's think about this. Think about what if they did pick Hooker, man? What if he stays in the state of Tennessee?
That's who I thought they were going to take. I thought
that would be interesting. That would be really interesting.
I had it going, earlier week and a half ago. I had Hooker going about 10 to 15 just because his rapid soar. But then reality check came in. All right. Hooker's going to drop a bit lower, but still be a first rounder. Yeah. A lot of good film coming off of him with his knee injury, recovered pretty well. And if they go hit him at 12, one.
He cut off for a second.
And two, they got to love whoever they took with this pick. Guy.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking right here.
Yeah. I mean, and then you think about it, I think it's about time to move off Ryan Tannehill. They don't have to get a quarterback that's going to throw in right away. Who knows what this
definitely
is going to be.
A spot where he can sit for a year or two, which is
exactly.
if needed, especially if it's Hooker, because his offense wasn't NFL scheme, NFL ready, pro style, very much college oriented, but also a smart enough quarterback where he can figure it out. A gifted runner, a bit of an older dude with a good arm. Was a great starter last year. Was in the Heisman conversation until he blew his knee out.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he was also a quarterback who led Tennessee to beating Alabama.
It still gives them some type of youth. That's the big thing. I mean, it's not, Ryan Tannehill's getting in his 30s and all. I mean, even if Hendon Hooker is 25, that's still 5 or 6 years, younger than Ryan Tannehill. It gives them some type of youth. So, I mean, it'll be really interesting to see what they do there. They don't have a whole lot of weapons. I know there's, Traylon Burks is down there. Derrick Henry's still there. It'll be interesting. So they have a whole bunch of tight ends. So, I mean, it's going to be intriguing what the Titans do here. I'm excited to talk about what Detroit's going to do at 12. That's going to be interesting. So let's see what
I agree. I think that would be fun.
What they do at 11. Let's see if they do it at 11. What the Titans do at 11.
This is a new GM as well. Just noting this, a new GM here as well.
Rand Carthen. Yeah.
Carthen.
Yep.
I mean, their previous GM now trades AJ Brown to the Eagles.
Yeah.
Did not.
Who Traylon Burks is supposed to be the new AJ Brown, but you're watching your star receiver torch you up and then go to the Super Bowl and be arguably the best receiving threat in that Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And that has to hurt. And I think that's why we saw. And I think that's why we saw him get fired there.
He deserved that. That was the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life, really. Like that
was a decision where it's like, all right, you sit down and it's gonna be like the draft day with the Browns,
Here it comes.
Is it gonna be great or I'm losing my job?
Here we go.
Okay, thank God, Tennessee. Thank God. All right, smart move. Thank you for not doing.
The reason I was grinning is because you had him right the first time. Like you had it right as soon as you.
That's what I wanted. That's what I wanted.
Yeah.
But
bro, how did
reaction to the thing?
They have him labeled as a guard. They have him labeled as a guard right now. Like the thing is, I know he's been a tackle throughout the whole process. ESPN hasn't labeled as a guard, so I mean
that's interesting.
It's straight up.
Yeah, I think this helps him a lot. I really like Peter Skoronski going here. Those short arms reminds me of an AQ Shipley. AQ Shipley, when I think about AQ Shipley, he does a new NFL, lineman breakdown. Linemen don't get a lot of love. And when he breaks them down, and I'll be honest, he's a tough grader. And what's pretty cool about Skoronski, grandpa played in the NFL, knows what it's like to be a pro, which goes such a long way, I think. And also a smart dude. I think that's what we forget about with him. Not only is he a very talented football player, but he went to Northwestern and excelled at Northwestern.
Yeah.
And that tells you a lot. The academics at Northwestern, just in the Big Ten alone, but Northwestern very much a very academic prestige school. Does a great job there. What are you guys' first reactions?
I think it's a really good pick. I think since he's definitely a guard, I think he's going to be a plug and play, obviously. I think he's definitely the best guard prospect by a lot in this draft. Like there's no other guard that even touches Skoronski's college tape by any stretch of the imagination. And Titans are a big O-line need, obviously, especially when you have Derrick Henry and he's not going to last much longer. You got to take his final years and get your, a guard who guards low-key are the key to the run game. the way you can
Yes, they
fool
are.
them, and the way they can penetrate defensive tackles to be able to create holes. I think it's a great pick. Really do.
Also, Skronsky, a mobile guy too, with that power run system we see in Tennessee.
Yeah.
So he can be a very talented guard that gets pulling,
Pull
get
him.
out in space and start lighting up a couple of middle linebackers, outside linebackers, and then rolling down the field. An offensive lineman's dream, seeing those safeties coming in, you can just pancake and run right through.
No doubt about it. Absolutely.
I'll say a quick note too. I mean, offensive line, my big board, the only guy left, Anton Harrison from Oklahoma.
Really?
Yeah.
So all these teams who are very offensive line needy, I mean, we talked to the teams. The teams had a chance for quite some time to be an offensive line needy group. And the offensive line's gone. So I wonder if we're going to see a lot of trades potentially. Like, I don't know what's going to happen here.
You won't believe
fall in
who
love
the
whoever
Lions
they
are taking.
take.
I'll say this. I'll
You
say
won't
this. I'll say
believe
this.
who the
I'll
Lions
say
are
this. So DBs, the potential DBs in here, but watch out for JSN. Watch
Did you
out.
see
Watch out.
who the Lions are taking?
Watch out.
I'm not
I don't
saying
know.
it. Chase instant reaction when this comes on because we both know it. Chase instant reaction.
Whoa! What the fuck? Demir Gibbs
Give
What?
it 12.
at 12?
Wow.
Wow, bro.
That early?
No
Dude.
wide receivers taken so far.
Bro.
What?
I
No
look
wide receivers taken so far.
Damn it! This offense is gonna be good as hell, but that's way too early for him.
I
Damn.
thought JSN was about to send JMO back in the transfer portal. But that would have made me giggle like so hard.
I would have, dude. I would have loved it though. I would have.
I would have too. I would have too.
There was part of me that really was like, dude, JSN could end up going.
I
to
was
Lions,
thinking it a
especially
little
if
bit.
Amo out.
Is this
I
the
was thinking for a
Packers?
second.
Packers at 13. They're taking JSN. I bet.
They have to. You have
Yeah.
to take JSN here. And I'll tell you this: JSN to the Packers, Zay Flowers goes to the Patriots. Just
Yeah,
saying.
two straight receivers.
Yeah.
Yep, 2 straight receivers, and Zay Flowers, the Patriots' worst kept secret in football. So there you go.
So here's what's worrying me right now. We're seeing a lot of and we're just showing some Quentin Johnson tape.
Yeah.
You know,
Quentin
I
Johnson.
don't know if that makes sense, but
Bro, if dude, I would be sick to my stomach if he was
Quentin Johnson is maybe a first rounder for me. The
Yeah.
thing I don't like about Quentin Johnson a lot, yes, he's huge. Yes, he has this big frame. Way too many concentration drops for me. A lot of simple passes. I know you could fix that, but
Yep.
it's just one of those where it just separates. There's tiers to this thing.
Yeah.
And in my wide receiver board, I mean, I'm going to steal, we're going to go JSN, Zay Flowers. Zay Flowers. I had Zay Flowers at number 4, but Chris Drew, KD, he put me on game with Zay Flowers. I went back and I watched the tape.
Yeah.
He jumped Jordan Addison to get to 2. But I think it goes JSN, Zay Flowers. Then I think the Blitnikoff winner, Jordan Addison, kind of falls off a little bit. I think there's a bigger gap between 2 to 3 than people will say. But I think there's an even bigger gap between 3 to 4 with Quentin Johnson. And I have Jalen Hyatt as an honorable mention. I mean, at number 5. But depending on your team, you like Jalen Hyatt more than Quentin Johnson, depending on scheme.
Yeah.
And I think Jalen Hyatt fits more schemes than Quentin Johnson.
It
I
really
know
depends
Quentin
on the
Johnson's a
team.
Big
It
body,
really does.
but
Dude, I'm still in shock about the Gibbs pick. That
Yeah, weird, dude.
that
Dude, when I
threw
saw
me.
that, my face lit up.
That threw me, dude, because we're talking about him being there from like 25 through about 28. I mean, there's the Giants. I know the Giants going to run it back.
Cowboys potentially taking
Cowboys,
him, I think.
the Bills potentially taking him, the Bengals
Bro.
potentially taking him. I mean, I think that eliminates the Bengals taking a running back in the first round. Obviously, I think they're going to wait till day 2. I think they might look at a guy like a Tyjae Spears. They might look at Charbonnet, unless the Cowboys decide to go Charbonnet late first round. Which is
That's what's crazy. Do we see another running back drafted in the first round, you think? I mean,
there shouldn't be, but
I doubt it.
we've seen crazier stuff before. So
If there is, it'd probably be the Zach Charbonnet, I would assume. I mean,
yeah.
he's by far my number 3 back in this
Yeah.
career of Spears from Tulsa, but
me too.
I think there's a gap. I mean,
There's
when I say there's
there
a
is.
gap, there's a gap between
No, there's a
Gibbs
gap.
and Charbonnet.
There's a big gap. There's a big gap for sure. Yeah.
The gap between
Packers.
Robinson and Gibbs is smaller than the gap between Gibbs and Charbonnet, no doubt.
Hey, but let me just say this, man. The receivers market's officially open. Here we go.
So JSN available at 13. Zay Flowers available at 13. And we look around. Do the Packers do something stupid and draft Will Levis? I'm kidding. That's not happening.
Bro, I would. I have no words to
if
say.
there's a franchise to do it, it's with the Packers. I just want to throw that out there. You know, let's give them the Aaron Rodgers treatment right quick. But do the Packers go and get themselves a weapon in the first round?
Clemson Addict just tweeted, if the Packers don't take JSN, their GM needs to be fired.
Wow, Clemson Addict. He said something smart.
Finally, something I agree.
I'm definitely not getting bodied by Brady King.
Bro, he probably hates me so much. I can't believe I'm not blocked by him.
Oh, my gosh. That's hilarious.
I think he does it because you get his mentions up and you get his views up.
That's true.
His DMs are open, by the way. DMs are open for
Dude, we're trying to get him on the podcast, bro. If I could just go at it with him and just tell him that these random dudes that he thinks are like generational players for Clemson aren't that good.
Oh, my gosh.
So what's crazy here with this Jahmyr Gibbs pick? Just throwing it out there. He's the first – well, let me restart. Jahmyr Gibbs is the highest drafted Alabama running back since – can you guess who?
I'm going to go with wow, bro. He went ahead of Derrick Henry and Najee.
Wait. What was the question?
Trent Richardson.
So, Jahmyr Gibbs.
Mark Ingram.
Trent Richardson.
Trent was top.
Well,
okay.
Jahmyr Gibbs
really high.
is the highest drafted Alabama running back since Trent Richardson went number 3. Yeah, number 3.
Bro.
Number 3, I believe.
Wow.
Which is kind of crazy.
My God. Oh my God, I know the Packers pick.
Do you want to I don't know what
go. All right, let's guess. Quick guess. Run it quick.
Joey Porter Jr. I don't know. Just something crazy from what Brady's saying. I don't know.
Something dumb here.
Oh,
Will Levis.
Lucas Van Ness.
Lucas Van Ness.
Oh, what are they doing? Dude, they refuse.
Brian Gutekunst needs to be fired.
Dude, get it out.
Needs to be fired. Aaron Rodgers is sitting back.
Oh man, he got a cigar up there in Florham Park, New Jersey, bro. That's crazy.
Okay, so here's what's wild.
Get the fuck out of here.
All right, so here. Okay, so number 14 Patriots.
Hold up.
Okay, so
I need to see it for myself. I need to see this shit for myself, dude. Hold on.
Okay, so
hold on.
Here's Van Ness.
Unbelievable.
Bro, are the Patriots going to get JSN?
Dude, we were talking about the Patriots and JSN like a couple months ago, I think.
Bro.
Okay, so here's where I'm at here.
The Julian Edelman comparison.
Ness.
Remember?
Lucas Van Ness went to Iowa. Yep. Okay? And my big board, I wasn't a big fan of Lucas Van Ness. I like Jack Campbell a little bit more than Van Ness. And on my defensive line and edge guys, my top 5, Will Anderson, not in order, but Will Anderson, Nolan Smith, Miles Murphy, Tyree Wilson, and Jalen Carter.
Dude, Nolan
not
Smith. Not
Lucas Van Ness.
Nolan Smith was there. I know they're different builds, but holy shit, Nolan Smith was there.
Lucas Van Ness wasn't a starter.
So, wow. Okay. So,
what happened?
Now let me flip this. So, looking at corners for the Patriots, if they don't go receiver. So, listen.
This is a good spot.
The Texans got a shot.
I hope they pass on
shot because the Patriots could pass on receiver and get Banks. Wait, did Gonzalez go?
Gonzalez
didn't
hasn't
go
gone yet. Porter Jr.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah. So literally, any other quarterback is there except for Devin Witherspoon. And I had Joey Porter falling to them, but having Joey Porter fall to them, Matt Gonzalez going a little bit earlier. Yeah. Steelers are on the clock.
Wait.
The Patriots have traded 14 to the Steelers.
Oh, they're getting Joey Porter. They're getting Joey Porter. They're getting Joey Porter Jr., dude. Wow.
I hope they draft JSN.
Oh, hell the fuck no. No.
Jordan Addison. Kenny Pickett, Jordan Addison.
Dude, if they draft him that high, oh my God.
Jordan Addison and not JSN, I will kill
someone. If they do it.
Don't take those.
Listen, look.
Okay, we know. We know.
Just that same thing though, like trends, bro.
There's so many things. There's so many things they could do. They could go for Kenny Pickett's, weapon and Jordan Addison when they were at Pittsburgh, or they could go with Joey Porter Jr. Did I say Joey Porter? I don't even know what I said.
Dude,
so
please,
next
JS.
Dude, this is
so
crazy.
Patriots trade 14 for 17 and 120. 120, that's going to be a third or fourth rounder. And then we look at this now. So Steelers at 14, Jets 15, Commanders 16, Patriots 17.
No freaking way. Please, my God, please give me him. Please.
If the
Oh, my
Jets
God.
Did it happen?
No.
If the Jets land somebody here, oh my gosh. Earlier this show, I said, and I quote, I thought the Packers were going to get fleeced. And they did, in a sense. Like, I thought it was a decent trade.
Yeah.
If the Jets are able to land JSN, Zay Flowers, Dalton Kincaid, who, don't draft Kincaid here if these other two dudes are on the board.
Oh, my God.
Or if they're able to address some offensive line issue, which is not going to happen anymore because the best remaining offensive lineman is the guy out of Oklahoma, Anton Harrison. The Jets just fleeced. It flips the trade. Getting a star wide receiver like this or a star offensive talent like that.
The pick is in. The pick is in for the Steelers.
Let me know when.
The pick it. Okay, they're not walking up there yet, but the pick is in. So
they're showing.
All right.
Still available here. So Anton Harrison and Broderick Jones, the two final remaining guys on my big board. Broderick Jones filling you guys in, more of a bully style offensive tackle. You're not going to go through him. You got to go around him type guy. 84.1 pass blocking grade from PFF this year. And I'm a big PFF guy. I know I'll talk with Chase about it in a bit. Big PFF guy. I think they know what they're doing based on Cincinnati, Ohio. Great group of people doing some awesome things in football. And it was 1 year of being a starting tackle at Alabama as well. Excuse me. He went to Alabama, right?
Was it who are you talking about?
Broderick went to Georgia.
Georgia.
Okay, correct. Yeah. That's okay. Yeah. My apologies. On one side of my notes, I had Broderick Jones, Alabama, but then in my write-up on him, I had the Bulldogs. So I got I flipped it because I was.
There's a lot of Bama, Georgia. Yeah, there's a lot of Bama.
The game
Georgia
against Bama.
You know what I'm saying? So
two Southern schools, two red teams. It's fair.
And they play each other a lot. They're both really good. So Broderick Jones out of Georgia, one season as a full starter. He's kind of the guy. I think if he stayed another year or had another year of tape on him, could have been the guy that soared up some boards a bit more. Guy with some question marks, I think, as in what's his ceiling? But I think we know his floor. He'll be a solid starter for the next couple of years if he goes to the Steelers right here.
Yeah, pick is.
Oh my God!
He's walking to the stage. What happened?
I found the pick.
You found the pick. I kind of want to hear it myself.
Bro, quick. Kids, get off of Twitter, man. I'm kidding.
Bro, dude, really?
It just flashed up for me.
It just flashed. I just kind of want to watch it here. Let's see. Here we go.
All right, we'll go Chase, instant reaction, then Brady, me, and you can chop it up right after.
Broderick Jones. There you go.
All right. What are you thinking here, Chase?
I'm surprised they traded up to 14 to get Broderick Jones to get an offensive lineman. They probably could have got him at their original pick at 17. I thought they were going to go DB, but I don't know. Just a interesting pick. I'm not gonna flame the rival, but interesting pick.
I'm gonna flame my own freaking
flame
team.
your own
I think
team.
he just got
right now.
Before you flame him real fast, I think they just got panicked seeing the Jets sitting there knowing that they have some offensive line issues.
Yeah, that's big. Yeah.
And I think they just got panicked a little bit just seeing what was out there. And I think the Lions as well. They're not a team where they had to go out and get offensive line, but wouldn't have hurt them. The Commanders, very much a team that needs everything. So they might have just got a little panicked here. But Chase, go ahead and flame your rival. I'm not Chase Brady, excuse me.
Yeah,
Chase or Brady, either or. Both of you guys are going to flame them.
I'm your own team.
Yeah, I'm a Steelers
Brady,
fan. I'm a Steelers fan. And so I'm going to go ahead and flame my own team right now.
All right, I should have let you go first as a Steeler fan. All right, Steeler fan, swinging, maybe miss or swing and hit. Let's see.
There's no need to trade up for that. It's in my opinion. Oh my God, they tricked me into thinking we were going to go JSN and get a big-time receiver. I get that we need an offensive tackle, but Najee Harris kind of sucks. Kenny Pickett sucks. What's he going to help? Like, I get we need OTs, and that helps them. Go receiver, bro. If you get that situation to where that guy where he's falling, bro, I wanted to see JSN in the Steelers uniform so bad.
Maybe Broderick Jones starts calling plays for the Steelers.
Maybe Broderick Jones will be the new offensive coordinator.
Maybe they'll send Matt Canada to Canada and have him deported. Who knows?
Oh, man, an interesting pick. All right, now Chase, now that your co-host has had the opportunity to flame his own team as the rival, flame the rival, man.
Man, Pittsburgh. It's funny to think about. Obviously, I'm not gonna flame you guys right now because you do have the 32nd pick, and there probably is going to be a receiver that is there. But I'm not gonna flame them. I'm just gonna actually let the play on the field do the talking here in September, October, November, December, January. So I don't have much to say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait till the schedule comes out, man. Wait till the schedule comes out. That's all I'll say. Because Brady really did a lot of talking himself. He did a lot of talking himself. So I was like, as you say a lot of, I echo all the sentiments that Brady just said.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
so we got about 5-ish minutes left on the clock. I know we're all about different
think about
spots
this.
here.
Think about this. Jets, JSN. Whoa.
Dude, I've been thinking about everything with JSN for the past 5 picks, and it just hasn't happened.
It could happen.
But if it does, dude, I mean, I'm telling you, I will buy the jersey immediately. And the Garrett Wilson.
Wait, hold on, Brady. Hold on. Say it right now.
I will become a Jets fan if the Jets draft JSN.
And think about this. This is the perfect thing that could happen. If you become a Jets fan, they draft JSN, and the Steelers trade up right before the Jets to pick a terrible pick that you don't like, and you're like, oh, the JSN goes to the Jets? Perfect.
Yeah, I'd be cool. I'd be done being too mad about the Broderick Jones thing.
Yeah,
I mean, I probably won't. I'll still root for the Steelers, and it'll be one of those things where I just really have a soft spot for the Jets. That's what but
yeah.
We'll see. It hasn't happened. It's got to happen. I don't feel it yet. If I can actually feel it.
Yeah, we
got to
point it out quick. The clock's ticking low. The clock is ticking low. The Jets are taking their time here. So potentially some real debate on what the move is here.
Maybe
and I think they find themselves. Maybe
it might be
they might be.
They got to FaceTime him.
I think they find themselves in a spot that they didn't expect themselves to be into here.
Not one bit. Not one bit.
I think nobody thought the Jets were going to have all the best wide receiver prospects on the board. No wide receivers taken so far. And we're at pick 13. No, excuse me, pick 15. Previously 13, but now with the trade 15. So now at pick 15, not a single wide receiver off the board yet. 14 in.
Bro, what is this?
A tricky situation.
Yeah. Trends, man. Trends are interesting. You had 2 running backs taken before any wide receivers were taken. You had 3 quarterbacks in the first 4 picks. The Texans traded up. They have 2 of the top 3 picks of this draft. Will Levis, who was
I'm done looking at mock drafts ever again, bro.
Yeah, really though.
Crazy. I think what's so this year, I think it goes back to the theme of there's not a lot of this guy, then this guy, then this guy, for sure. Yeah. It's a lot about what a team falls in love with. And I think we're seeing that happen here in this draft. Jahmyr Gibbs going at 12, right? 12 to the Lions.
That was insane.
I mean, there's nobody's saying Jahmyr Gibbs not a first-round talent. But to see him go at 12 is
that's insane.
Quite shocking.
4 picks at the Bijan. 4 picks at the Bijan. Wow. That was insane.
Bro, Will Levis is still on the board too, bro. That's kind of giving me quite the smile.
Is Will Levis in attendance? I see they always post that thing of who's there.
He's in attendance.
And every year there's a guy who's in attendance.
They get screwed.
And their night just goes horribly wrong. You would never wish it on a guy, especially Will Levis is, he's basically our age,
Yeah.
And just having the mental fortitude at this moment, just knowing that I could be going number 1 to, I may not even be a first round draft choice.
Hey, Tyler, here's one thing. Oh, my fault. I didn't mean to cut you off there. Yeah.
I was just saying the money, bro. The money.
Yeah, that money talks, man. Money definitely talks here. And I want to say this real quick, all right? So my good friend Jared Arvian runs Bengals Central. He's had like 39,000 followers. We've been friends for a good minute. He tweeted out, he was like, a very overlooked implication of the draft for the Bengals is Jonah Williams. If there is any early run for offensive tackles, which there has been, teams could be calling Cincy about to see his availability. So you could see a trade where Jonah Williams goes to another team and maybe the Bengals straight up.
I was gonna say this. I saw something on Twitter. There's some smoke that Jonah Williams and like a pick or something, like get traded for Chase Young for the Bengals.
I would take that in a heartbeat.
Wait, what did you say?
Yeah,
sir?
It's
Twitter.
I've seen something on Twitter.
Twitter's
Okay,
it's Twitter. That's why I didn't want to say it.
That. Here's a kicker on this, though. Listen, I know people say things on Twitter, but like nowadays, like you don't know. Like it could be serious.
The Jets room is hugging. The Jets room is hugging real like a lot, dude. Oh, what's going on here?
Oh god.
They just made their pick and they just landed at 1 minute.
They love it apparently.
But here's what I'm thinking though too. Just throwing it out there. I'm really trying to know the rule book back and forth. Like I'm like trying to know it like a scout, like a GM in a sense.
Yep.
But the one thing I'm not sure about, I'm pretty confident. If you ask me a general NFL question, I think I don't know. But if the Commanders pass on Chase Young's 5th year, the Bengals trade for him, do they get the right to re-up and get that 5th year? Because that's a big change in money. If they have to extend him or if they get his 5th year. And I think if they can pick up his 5th year option, get him a lot cheaper, I think that deal gets done a lot quicker.
Yeah.
But if they have to go out and work a contract and extend him, it may take some more time. I'm not sure.
I would agree.
That's a good question. I'm not like said, Tyler. I mean, we're guys that want to know everything about the league. We're guys that are trying to look for new knowledge every single day and feed off of that. So I mean, but there's some stuff with contracts that are really, really confusing that some of us haven't even touched on yet. And when people try to explain it, it's also pretty confusing to look at. So I'm not too sure how all that would work. I would like to see, like, if it happened, I just want to see what happens with it, though. If it happens, we deal with it when we get to that point. So, I mean, I don't know. Hold on.
He's a guy I wouldn't have an issue, while we're on the topic before they announce his pick or we see it. He's not a guy I would have an issue with extending whatsoever.
No.
If the Bengals were to land a guy like Chase Young, I think Chase Young is a great defensive player in this league. I just think the Washington Commanders building is just a crapshoot. Their stadiums that can poop on people, and I think that's a perfect resemblance of that front office at the moment.
Straight up.
Yep, I absolutely agree. Couldn't have said it better.
Yeah, this is. I'm intrigued when they walk on stage for the Jets. This will be.
I'm not even going to look at my phone
anytime soon. I would think. Okay, I think he's about to walk up here. I think that. Yeah, it's the case.
I just wonder, man. Like,
turn that TV up when you do, because my thing's back. I'm just going to listen to Chase's.
Okay. Oh yeah, you guys can hear. You guys can hear through my through the headphones. I take them off, right?
Yeah.
Like when I. Oh, okay.
Probably. Something. I just what makes me scratch my head a
All
bit
right,
here.
He's walking up. He's walking up.
I just want to point out is like the Jets took their sweet time on this. Before Roger Goodell announces it. So, like, there was some deep discussion. And I think that really lies back to the fact that they didn't expect whoever they drafted here potentially to be here. Yeah. Or they had a lot of talk saying, do we go with what we expected already and what we initially thought of, or do we flip to something different? I'm not sure. I wonder what Gary V's thinking right now.
Yep.
Gary V, Greenberg, Greeny.
All right, they're about to go through it.
I just see this kid waving his arms, celebrating, man.
Kyle Stickles, Make-A-Wish. I think he's going to be making the pick. That's dope. That is dope. That is dope that they get tons of people there, from different backgrounds and all. It's awesome to see that they're able to do that.
Absolutely, the Make-A-Wish people to former players, things like that. It's cool. It makes it more than what it is. Game.
Oh yeah, way bigger
this is
than
a moment. This will be a moment this guy remembers for the rest of his life.
The New York Jets and the Make-A-Wish Foundation of Northeastern New York for giving.
Kid looks sharp, by the way.
Nice. All right, let's see.
With the 15th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New York Jets.
Wow.
Select Will McDonald, linebacker, Iowa State.
What the hell?
Are you kidding me?
Will McDonald from
That was a horrible pick.
Dude, honestly, I know the kid's probably buzzed off of Aaron Rodgers right now. That, obviously all Jets fans are buzzed off Aaron Rodgers right now. But damn, I'd be kind of weeping, being like, JETS. I'm not saying that Will McDonald's a bad player. Don't get me wrong. All right,
He's my number
15
8 overall defensive
15,
lineman, I think.
But at 15, wow,
Yeah, he's in my top 8. He's in my top end all around defensive lineman, including the edge rushers there.
Yeah,
I like McDonald, but I very much thought McDonald, was going to find himself on the Buffalo Bills for some reason near the back end of this. So I'm happy he's with the Jets rather than the Bills.
Yeah.
I think he's going to be a great player, good player. PFF graded him out well. He had a 90-plus grade on that. So no doubts of him in the player. But just I'm echoing your sentiment here, Chase. Very early to draft a guy like Will McDonald.
Yeah,
I wonder just one more thing quick. I wonder if they had their heart set on McDonald coming into this one, and then they kind of panicked on the clock. It's like, crap, all these guys are available, and maybe they didn't do their due diligence on some of these wide receivers potentially.
Think about this. Like said again. So no receivers have been selected. No tight ends have been selected off the board.
If JSN played this season, there's no doubt that he would have been selected. That just suck for him?
Yeah.
That's what I'm not saying.
Yeah.
But at the same time, that sucks that he's not a top 10 pick. But at the same
Commander's
time,
pick is in very quickly.
As you keep going down the line, the better the team you do get. That is the plus.
Oh, that's true.
That's the plus side of it. That's the plus.
Wait, who's picking right now?
Could you imagine?
Commanders.
Commanders, yeah. Imagine I'm throwing a shot in the dark, all right? He should not fall to this pick. But could you imagine JSN and Jay Jettis in purple?
Oh, that would be nuts.
Listen, we can't rule. Listen, we can't rule anything out right now.
Yeah,
and
we
what's
can.
Crazy, so let me throw this one out too.
Yeah,
I really like Sam Howell. I like the guy. I really do. I want to see him get a shot. You draft him, give the guy a chance. But this is some range. We have some teams with some quarterback woes. Yeah. Does Will Levis go to a team that didn't expect him to be here potentially sometime?
Low key, probably.
That seems like a pick they would do. That really seems like a pick that the Commanders would just throw out there. Be like, we're going to take
So right now, Commanders, Patriots, Lions, Bucks, Seahawks. Seahawks could be a team that go quarterback as well. They were rumored to get Richardson at 12 before the trade, things like that. It's interesting to see what's going on here. The only other team that might need a quarterback later on in the first round, just taking a quick glance, maybe you could argue the Vikings potentially. So, Will Levis going. He's going to go at 2016 or back end of the 20s. But if I'm the Commanders here, if I'm the GM of the Commanders, I'm going to go defensive back, I think. And I'm going to go Emmanuel Forbes out of Maryland, I think.
You mean Deontay Banks?
What's up?
You mean Deontay Banks out of Maryland? Because you said Emmanuel Forbes out of Maryland.
No, I want Emmanuel Forbes. I said Maryland.
Yeah, you said Maryland. I wasn't sure.
I want Emmanuel Forbes.
Mississippi State.
Mississippi State, because I think it's something dumb that the Commanders will do. They'll pass and they'll reach on the guy. That's very Commanders-like.
Yeah.
And I think they're going to fall in love with the fact that he was a guy who played at Mississippi State for quite some time,
Yeah.
I would love Emmanuel Forbes in Cincinnati.
Yep.
I would love Emmanuel Forbes in Cincinnati. I would love him.
He's a guy, he's a 4-year starter or 3-year starter. I think he started in 2020. So what's that? Yeah, 3 years. But started every single year he's been there. And he's a guy who's so electric and good, but everyone worries about his body because he's really skinny.
He is.
He is. 160?
165.
But I'm a guy, I lean very much more. If I was a scout, I'm not worried about some of the bodies. Like, you just know if a guy can play football or not type. You know what I mean?
Right.
I lean towards that. And I think Emmanuel Forbes might jump in this draft. I don't know if he goes here or not, but I wouldn't rule him out on the defensive back side of things.
I agree. Yeah, kind of like It's a different position, obviously. Bryce Young, size matter. I mean, we'll see what happens with that, but still, I mean, it is. We're talking
Size
about
matters
corner.
more at quarterback than corner. I agree.
We're talking corners. I mean,
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go upstairs real quick and get something.
All right, cool. It's a little different though, but yeah, man, this is these next couple picks. Think about it. With the Commanders, who knows what they're gonna do? The Patriots. I mean, do they start the sale at receiver, or what do they do? I think the Lions are pretty sold that they're going to take a defensive back at 18 because, unless Christian Gonzalez or
I think
Joey
Gonzalez
Porter
falls.
Yeah, I think obviously
I think Gonzalez and Porter fall.
One of those guys.
I mean, the Patriots might sneak him up, but I think the Lions are going to land one of those two.
It's just crazy that, think about it, like those two corners could fall or the hold at receiver could go even further. Like it's wild to think about because Washington, they're not drafting another receiver. I don't believe. I don't think because you got Terry McLaurin. They drafted Jahan Dotson at around the same pick last year.
Yeah, Penn State, correct?
Yeah, from Penn State. Yeah, I can't remember who the third receiver was, but I mean they could draft a receiver. Who knows? Here's the pick right here.
Yeah.
On the money, Emmanuel Forbes. Yeah, Emmanuel Forbes.
There you go. There you go.
Man, well,
Okay.
that sucks. That sucks. I really wanted him. Fuck.
I mean, you still got Gonzalez, Banks, and
There's
Porter
good
on
ones
the board.
out there. There's good ones out there. It's just
Correct?
yeah. It's just that if No, you're right. Think about it. Forbes was the second corner off the board. Wow.
Very interesting.
This is gonna be like, think about this tomorrow when we're looking at what order did they come off and all that stuff. We're gonna have some really interesting ones to look at, man. I mean, Will Levis still might be on the board. Think about that. Emmanuel Forbes went second. No receivers have gone off yet. The Patriots pick literally is already in. They just put the time up.
I mean,
probably 10 seconds, and then the pick is in. So
Bill Belichick had his heart set on somebody, and I think that heart might be Joey Porter Jr. Don't quote me on it. Or he got himself a fantastic wide receiver, one of the two.
Or he drafted a guy like Cole Strange. I don't know. But
maybe he drafted DJ Turner.
Redraft Cole Strange. Or TJ Turner. Oh, my gosh. Hey, Bucks are coming close at 19. They're coming close at 19.
I'm telling you, man, I will shave my head.
Let's stay on the wild side here. What if he drafted our man Al Baldwin Wallace?
Oh,
you're right.
I'm saying he's going to go to the NFL team. He's not a first-round pick, but if somebody were to draft him, it'd be Bill Belichick.
It would be Belichick, without a doubt. Be like, yeah, I watched this film from Baldwin Wallace. I mean, he's just that type of guy, though, and
he was an all-conference player. He was an all-conference selection multiple times in the Ohio Athletic Conference.
The OAC
competition in the Division III level. Faced off against schools like Marietta. They have a great field,
Yes.
Otterbein, baby. Shit, picks in right here.
The Otterbein Cardinals. He locked up their true number one wide receiver. Christian Gonzalez. Okay. All right, so Christian Gonzalez, kind of the prototypical all-around cornerback that you'd expect.
Yeah.
Size, speed, length, all that good stuff. Good hips, too. Chris Drew talking about it. Good hips. Chris Drew loves the hips, man.
He's smooth, man.
He loves the hips.
Gonzalez is smooth. Hips don't lie, man.
That's a breakout season, man.
Yeah. Gonzalez is smooth. I'll tell you that. 6'1", 197.
Good frame. Good frame.
Very good frame for a corner.
Good frame.
Yeah. Like, it just looks like when he's playing corner, man, like he's not jarred. He's not, he's not herky jerky with it, man. He's smooth when it comes to, I'm looking at the highlights up here, man. Press coverage, off coverage. He's just good flowing with the football, man. Good flowing with the receiver. He don't, and he's aggressive downhill as well as a corner. He's really aggressive when it comes to that. He's a great tackler out in space. So that's a big thing coming into the NFL.
I agree. I really like his length too. I mean, when they just started doing his wingspan thing, I mean, I knew it on my notes here, but just seeing it, like, dude's got some length, which is nice.
Yes, he does.
you never can go wrong with drafting corner with long arms. Just helps you get in those passing lanes, pass breakups. I mean, 6 pass breakups and 4 picks, after transferring to Oregon this year.
Yeah. Lions at 18. What do you think they're going to do here?
Bro, I'm telling you, send this man to the transfer portal. I need my man JSN to come off the board. Send Jameson Williams back to the portal. Oh, man. I can't get that out of my head.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
The sale at receiver hasn't even started yet. It's crazy. The receiver, tight end, all that.
You might not know about this. I don't remember if I might have told this the last episode, but I was on live with Jameson Williams like last year on Instagram.
Okay.
He just added me to his live video. It was like right when it was like it was like week 1, so he was with Bama now after Ohio State, and I was like, man, why'd you transfer? He was like, oh, you're an Ohio State fan. I'm like, yeah, man. And it was like, is it because JSN took your job? I was just trying to mess with him. He's like, no, man, that's not why I transferred. He got all mad. I was kind of giving it to him, but then I was like, nah, man, I'm just kidding. I was like, hey, I hope you have a good. Like, I went back and like obviously wished him luck and stuff, but. I just thought it was funny because he was like, you don't know the whole situation. And then everyone kept texting me that because I forgot they could see that I went live with him. And all these people that I know were on the video.
That's good. Jameson Williams, listen, man, It's cool. It's cool to be like Kris and having the sports gambling thing, But you can't do it in the facility. Can't do it in the facility.
Right.
But just not to change topics too quick. Man, Will Levis looks beat up right now. I don't know if you guys saw that or not.
Yes,
and I mean, rightfully so.
He was lied to, bro. I felt bad for him throughout the whole process.
I hope ESPN keeps the camera off him. But no, a guy that lied to in a sense. I mean, when I look at him, I'm very torn about Will Levis. I know I've said a lot of negative on Will Levis. I will reflect that I've said a lot. But played with turf toe all of last year. And I'll be honest, karma got me pretty good. I kind of scoffed whenever athletes got turf toe growing up in the last few years. And I caught myself a case of turf toe. Let me tell you, it sucks.
Yeah. I've heard it's no joke.
It sucks. And I'm not trying to make this about me, but all respect to Will Levis because that sucks.
Yeah. I mean, hey, you've experienced the same pain, except he's about to get paid millions for it. Like, you deserve to bring it.
He has. And, when I look at him, he had former Rams offensive coordinator Liam Cohen in 21. And that's a pro-style offense. I mean, you got a Rams offensive coordinator. He could be a guy that has success in the NFL.
Absolutely.
But he's got a lot of grief, and I'm just trying to boost the guy up, in a tough moment. Not my favorite prospect out there, but a guy who does have some potential. And I think everybody just kind of was blowing smoke. I think he was a good product. I think he's going to do his thing if he gets the opportunity. But he was definitely not worthy of a top 10 choice. I agree. I wonder what his agent was telling him throughout the process. That's what I'm curious.
Yeah. I mean, we talk about bashing a guy sometime, but then when you really see it, though, when you see him sitting in that waiting room for his name to get called and, all the stuff that he was told and all that, you can't help but feel bad for him. You really –
Bro, it really sucks for him.
And the Lions pick is in at 18. I know they went running back. They should go corner. They should go Joey Porter Jr. Don't put it past them that they, I was thinking if they went DB, they could have drafted quarterback for, potentially for Jared Goff, replacement.
I think they should draft Charbonnet. Get a third running back.
Yeah, why not? Why not? They already have DeAndre Swift. And think about that. They have DeAndre Swift, David Montgomery, and now Jahmyr Gibbs.
Dude, they do have David Montgomery. Oh, my God. They have – that is – dude, that's –
well, the thing is, man.
The lines. Go ahead. Sorry. I'll chime in afterwards.
My fault. So I think when, their offense, they're just trying to have that running back by committee. It's a really interesting balance, though. Swift can do both. David Montgomery's a really hard runner. Jahmyr Gibbs is a great pass catcher. They have everything that they can want when it comes to that. Obviously one of those guys is probably gonna have to walk though when it comes to contractual things. Because I think they signed David Montgomery to I think a 3-year deal or something like that. So, I mean, he'll be there for a minute, and then DeAndre Swift's probably gonna be the guy that goes since Jahmyr Gibbs is on the rookie contract. So this would be really interesting to see what they do with it. But I'm surprised that they went running back at all that high.
Agreed. I think the Lions. I just saw that their pick is in. I don't know who it is yet.
Yeah.
But knowing how this Detroit Lions team is being built right now, a lot of former NFL guys being coaches. I think they're going to value something a guy like Joey Porter with his dad playing in the NFL as an edge rusher. I think they go Joey Porter Jr. or linebacker is a big need for this team. After watching Hard Knocks, a lot of time in that linebacker room. They go linebacker. Don't be shocked to see a guy like Jack Campbell out of Iowa go.
Who was their previous pick in this draft?
Who?
Jahmyr.
The Lions. Jahmyr. We were just talking about that.
All good.
There's been a
I
lot
lost,
of drama.
I lost my mind because I was thinking they had to have drafted. I was thinking they drafted a defensive lineman. I'm like, what D lineman did they draft? Then I realized it was like we were just talking about their 12th pick.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Joey Porter or Campbell out of Iowa.
Those would both be good picks.
But I like it. I think they need a linebacker. I watched Hard Knocks. I really fell in love with their linebacker room. I think he'd be a good addition. Campbell is a very reliable guy. 6'5", 246, good range. I mean, whole transit well.
Did a short
PFF
on him,
91.7 grade. 91.7 grade on PFF.
Yeah, I remember I did a short on him actually. We were talking linebackers and all. Big guy, physical, downhill, great coverage skills, able to shed off guys pretty easily, get downhill and all. So I mean, he's the best linebacker I think in this thing. Goodell's up there. Here we go.
With the 18th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Jack Campbell, linebacker.
Wow, good call. Did you see it earlier, or was that's a good observation?
No, that's my call.
There you go. Shit, you got it.
I like the pick, but I would have, if I'm the GM of the Lions, I'd pick Porter Jr. I want to say that.
Yeah, dude, easily picking Porter Jr. Huh.
But I think those are the two guys that fit their team needs the most and kind of that team's not scheme but team culture.
So now we're on the infamous pick now.
Dude, if DJ Turner actually goes to
we're on the infamous DJ Turner.
I know he's not, but
DJ Turner goes, we're getting that on this call.
Dude, if he
100%. Oh,
so
gosh.
really, listen, I got to bring it up just to bring it up because someone needs to say it. Tampa Bay Buccaneers, they need quarterback. I know they got Baker Mayfield right now.
Kyle Trask in the wings as well.
And Kyle Trask in the wings as well. I don't know if Kyle Trask will.
He's not good. He's not good. All right.
But do you think there's a chance we're looking at Will Levis right now?
I don't think they are.
I wouldn't personally. Personally, I wouldn't at all. I would wait till.
But man,
I would hold.
Draft anything. Yeah, I would hold too. All right. Yeah, I would hold since they got because Baker. What's Baker on? Is he on a 1-year deal? Or is he on like
one year prove it deal?
1 year prove it deal.
Very cheap, very bonus.
Yeah.
Heavy.
Yeah, I think I think with him being on a 1-year prove it deal, I think they're just going to eat it with him. And then, like Brady said, just hold on it. Look at next year's draft. I mean, I don't know if they're going to, I don't know if they're going to be that bad to get the first overall pick, Caleb Williams. But, there's still Drake May. There's going to be some guys that come out of the dark from, in this college football season. So it'll be interesting. I would hold right now. So, I just think
if they had Hooker second round.
They could.
See how this is going.
I just don't think. I just don't think with them having Kyle Trask. I know Kyle Trask is not going to, probably end up being the starter. I just think him having a spot right there and them spending a second-round pick in 2021 on him, I just think they're not going to, go on ahead and pick Will Levis in the first round. I just don't see it happening right now. So
yeah,
that's the only thing.
The Buccaneers pick in, but I just want to throw. Oh, where'd it go? Let me see if I can find this tweet again. My apologies.
Oh, good.
Someone deleted it. But the guys who are going to, like, just looking at the draft, looking at who's available right now, there are going to be a lot of talented ball players on the board for the Cincinnati Bengals. I know the Bengals are on the clock right now, but we focus on the Bengals a good amount here, especially with Chase, being what? Is it Fan First Network? You have your Bengals show over there. Is that correct?
Yep, it's going to be starting up here very, very soon, man. So, I mean, a lot of different guests coming on. You guys, obviously. I'm excited for it.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see what they do here.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure who the Buccaneers go, but I think they go defense.
They should.
I don't know. Their offense is fine, and I think you got to go somebody legit, somebody proven. And let's look here. Defensive line products I got left.
Brian Brzee still there. Kalijah
Nolan
Cansey.
Smith.
Walking
Murphy
up. Here we go.
Brzee.
Here we go.
Kalijah Cansey. Watch
That's a good one,
Kalijah
too.
Cansey. I think it's him or Nolan Smith.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Kalijah Cansey.
There you go. Right there.
All
Right there.
Hey,
Right
good
there.
shout, Chase. Good shout, Chase.
Appreciate it. I had to get one of those. But, man, hey, Kalijah Cansey, I'll tell you this. Next to Vita Vea, they're two different guys. Vita Vea, man, he's, big Samoan guy. Really, really can get, really can stuff up the run game and all. Kalijah Cansey, dude, he's going to be a problem. He's going to be a problem.
I like it.
He's going to be. He's
He's
going to wreck havoc.
matchup there. You got
Exactly.
yin and yang. Vita Vea is going to eat the run lane. And Kalijah Cansey can get after the passer.
Exactly, and I just think they're showing this NFL comparison to Aaron Donald. Aaron Donald, I mean, obviously it helps that both those guys with the pit, they're kind of the same build and all that stuff. You can't compare anybody to Aaron Donald, but if you had to pick someone that's like, he looks like Aaron Donald's little brother, out of the draft, it's probably him.
Yeah, if you're being compared to Aaron Donald, it's always a pretty good day.
Yeah, always can take that right there.
The gold standard of comparisons for a defensive tackle these days.
Absolutely.
Did my camera go in?
Chase, you are frozen.
Shit.
Yeah, your camera's frozen. Let me pull you off, and I'll put you back on the stream. Let's see if that works. Oh, no, I still heard you talking.
Yeah.
I did. Oh, now you're just.
Is your camera off?
It's off now?
Your camera's just off. Like, it's just a dark screen.
That's weird. All right. Let me try something.
Who knows, man? But looking ahead, let's see, rejoin. Oh, I got 2 chasing ounces, 3 chasing ounces here.
Oh, whoa.
Which chase ounces? What?
Clemson Addict is fuming that Miles Murphy is still on the board. So look out for let me think here. We got Seahawks 20th?
Yeah, so we got, looking ahead, we have Seahawks at 20.
Yep.
Then Dolphins forfeit, 21 Chargers, 22 Ravens, 23 Vikings, 24 Jaguars looking ahead at the moment.
Okay, man. Seahawks, man. Take Hendo Cinco here, potentially. Now I need that one. That one would make me happy.
Who knows what they do with this one? I mean, looking at the Seahawks, your guard, your center, your interior defensive line, and your edge are very much your needs.
Those are your needs for sure. Because Gino, I mean, yeah, because we have this. The only reason I want it to be Hendo Cinco is because, like, Chase, we posted an Instagram or a YouTube reel, and it's got like a couple thousand views. My Hendo Cinco take from.
Yeah, I mean, I could see him going here. I mean, I would not be shocked if they went quarterback right here.
Yep.
Quarterback would make some sense.
Mm-hmm.
Got a chance for them to go, and it's also not too. It wouldn't be in reaching range now. Now you're in the later 20s where it would make sense. You don't want to trade. You could trade back, but you run the risk of somebody grabbing him before you.
Yeah.
They wouldn't get a lot of grief if they took a quarterback here.
This honestly feels like a potential Levis pick too, just because he could wait a little bit behind Geno Smith. So
kind of wait in the wings and get ready.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or Hendon Hooker, both of them. I mean,
yeah, I would
take
Hendon.
I mean, Yeah, I wouldn't have been mad if they drafted Anthony Richardson at 12 if he was available at that time. Kind of looking at the mocks and stuff, but obviously Anthony Richardson went much earlier. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't hate on them getting a quarterback here. A lot of guys on the board. Go get Geno Smith another weapon.
Oh, yeah.
To add with DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, who knows? But that's what I'm finding myself saying here. There's a lot of ways you can go with how the draft's kind of shaken out so far.
There are a lot of ways you can go. This is the most – I know we probably say this every year, but this might be one of the most shaky drafts I've ever seen. Like, just the surprises. Like, the mock drafts were so far off. Like, they're like, oh, the Cardinals will trade with – or the Titans for the third pick. No, instead the Houston Texans will have the second and third pick. It's like nobody was predicting that. Nobody.
No, nobody.
And nobody was saying C.J. Stroud was going to the Texans. They're like, oh, he has the same agent as Deshaun Watson. There's no chance. And he scored a low score on the S2. He's going to fall out of the top 10. Then he goes to the Texans. I'm like, okay, they got that one wrong. Dude, the moment when I saw your face when the Texans traded up. Will Anderson. I mean, there are people that have those as the top two players in the draft. There are people that have. Which I think the top three players in the draft probably went in the top three, whatever order you want to put it. Love all those guys.
Definitely.
Just fascinating to me. Fascinating.
Yeah. Yeah, and just brushing up some people's minds here. Bryce Young 1, CJ Stroud 2, Will Anderson 3. I mean, it all makes sense. I mean, that's what I would go 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
I mean, you could argue Will Anderson should have been the number 1 pick. I mean, you can make that argument. But quarterback-run league, quarterback-driven league, quarterbacks will always go number 1, even though they may not be the best player available.
Yeah, we'll probably see that for the next few years, honestly. Like not just few, but next decades until football changes again, until the way it's played.
Had to get on a new one,
welcome
man.
back.
Had to get on the new camera, dude. I don't know what happened with the old webcam, but here we go.
All right. But we got you back, and that's what matters.
Yes, sir.
So what you just missed here in a few minutes, Chase, while you're gone, we kind of fill you back in. So we were saying we would not hate the Seahawks going quarterback here. Brady very much feels Hendon Hooker would be the better move than Levis.
Yeah.
And then they're showing Will Levis right now. They just mentioned odds-on favorite to be the second overall pick. Wow. There's like a 1% chance he fell outside the top 10 or something like that, they said.
Wow.
So pretty much was a lock to go top 10, whether you agree with it or not. And then we also talked about how we thought that 1, 2, and 3 went as they should, in the sense that those are the 3 best players or 3 best prospects in this draft, regardless of order.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, they could go Hendon Hooker here. They could start the receiver sale, and they could get their third receiver and put them together with DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, and JSN.
At this point, I want JSN to fall to the Chargers or Vikings, low key.
That's gonna be scary, man. I just do not, just for the love of God, do not fall to the Ravens. Oh my goodness. Do not go to the Ravens, dude.
That would make me mad, bro. That'd make me so mad.
Okay, I got a question. So
that'd be disgusting.
How do you guys feel about JSN as a run blocker?
As a run blocker, I think he's a tank, like, overall. Just like blocking. I'm like after the catch or like literal in the run game.
Both play here. I'm just thinking, if the Ravens draft receiver, they're going to want a receiver that not only can make plays and catches, but can block. That's why we saw Hollywood Brown get traded right away. Yeah. Because he couldn't block and he hate block.
So Brian Hartline said JSN's one of the best blocking receivers he's ever seen. So that's actually a funny thing you bring up. He's a blocker for sure. Usually the ball's in his hands, but if it's not, he loves to block on those little wide receiver screens to Garrett Wilson or Chris Olave from 2021. He was definitely a very he will block, and he loves to do it. Like, he does not mind.
Yeah, a very willing blocker.
Blocker. Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, it makes sense he goes to the Ravens. I don't know. I know you guys don't want that for him, But if I'm the Ravens GM and I'm hearing his coaches in his position, coaches saying, hey, dude's a very good blocker and a willing blocker at that.
Yeah.
That makes me happy if I'm thinking about wide receiver.
I like that thought process too, like especially with the team like the Ravens.
Yeah, I mean, trust me, I don't want him to go there. It would be a smart pick if he went there, obviously, but especially it would be great for Lamar as well because Lamar getting paid today, and you're like, oh, well, guess what? We're also draft the best receiver on the board. So,
bro, who just went 19? I'm trying to think.
19.
It was Kalijah.
Kalijah Cansey.
Right.
Bro, how do they pass on a lockdown corner like DJ Turner there? Like that was the obvious.
All right. Wow. All right. I saw this. And Brady, the conversation me and you had, the one that was after the quarterback conversation, might reign true here. If they're not wrong.
Hold on. I wasn't there for that, so this is interesting. I don't want to hear this.
Yeah,
I want to hear what.
I want to get Chase's. We'll go when we get this reaction. We'll go Chase to Brady, and I'm gonna DM Kris on Twitter. See if we can get him back on here for a minute or two.
Yeah.
All right. Let's get to it. Here we go.
With the 20th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Jackson and Jigba.
Beautiful.
There it is.
Hey, I'm not trying to be that guy, but didn't I mention a couple minutes ago? No, I'm just kidding. I think I did mention it a couple minutes ago.
Probably did.
Yeah. I mean, but
Yeah,
you got Huh. Nice.
Yeah, shortly after you dipped out of here, we had this conversation about the wide receivers.
I didn't see it.
And we didn't know. No, you're good. We knew you were doing your thing over there, but no worries. I said, you brought it up too, and we carried it on. I wasn't expecting him to go wide receiver, but I think it's just one of those situations where Jackson Smith and Jigba falls into your lap, and you got to take it.
Yep. Oh, exactly. Without a doubt. I mean, and in the Seahawks
NFC
now
rookie year conversation.
The Seahawks now having, obviously if JSN goes out there and does what, he's supposed to do, have an argument for having, one of the best receiving cores in the National Football League, one of the best trios out there.
Definitely.
Yeah. I mean, they're up there. Like, if JSN walks out there, does what he's supposed to do, they're automatically up there with the Cincinnati Bengals, the Dolphins, all that. Better than the Dolphins. I mean, at a trio. I mean, they got DK, Tyler Lockett, JSN. You can move JSN around all over the place. You can move Tyler Lockett all over the place. DK Metcalf primarily outside, perimeter receiver and all. I'll say this, man. I was at the Bengals Seahawks game in 2015. They play each other in Cincinnati this year. Two of the best, potential receiving cores are going to be battling each other at Paycor Stadium. That's going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, I think this is going to be an interesting pick. Well, I think it is an interesting pick because, and I like it as well. JSN, the more and most flexible receiver in this draft, I think, out of the top 5 guys when you look at him. Could play the slot, can play in the middle. Could be that X receiver, but, he can get by, but not what you would want. So you got DK Metcalf, the explosive home run hitter, big body. Lockett can play in the slot or slip out. And I think it just gives you a lot of flexibility in the wide receiver room when you scheme up that offense when you're Pete Carroll.
Yeah.
I agree.
I would agree. That is a dangerous wide receiver room. Wow. That is.
And you guys said it earlier. If he played this year, man goes a lot earlier.
Yeah.
Oh, 100%. Top 10 right there. Man.
Like that Rose Bowl game made me as a Michigan fan, like, why can't we just get one receiver as good? Like, all their guys could have done that game.
Yeah.
But to the extent that he just flat out dominated by himself,
that was crazy.
Very scary stuff.
I was so juggled up in the fact that we might lose to Utah that I didn't appreciate it until after the game, his performance. Just because, I was just like, bro, are we actually going to lose this game? Because, dude, our defense that game was pathetic. We had Cage Stover playing linebacker, our tight end.
Crazy stuff. Oh, shoot.
Craziness.
Man, I think after pick after the Jags pick, I'm probably gonna bounce off here. I got to get in that right mind space for the Bengals pick. So, but yeah,
I need to see if you don't mind, sneak back in. I want to see the live reaction to this Bengals pick.
I'll send a
pop
video
on afterwards,
or that too. I got you.
Pop on after it, maybe.
I got you for sure. I got
it is for a couple minutes.
Sir.
I want to see that.
Oh yeah.
And then, so we got Chargers 21 needs wide receiver, linebacker, corner. And then you got the Ravens wide receiver, edge, corner. Vikings wide receiver, and a little bit of everything else. Could we see wide receiver back to back here with the Chargers pick? You think?
I think so. I think the receiver still started.
So do you go Zay Flowers, Jordan Addison, or Quentin Johnson for Justin Herbert?
I think I'm going. They already have Mike Williams, who's too similar to Quentin. Zay Flowers. Zay.
Yeah, that's a.
Yeah, I go Zay. Bro, I was kind of hoping JSN would go here. Like after we got this far, I was like, one more pick. I'm cool with Seattle though, but I think with Justin Herbert though, that'd be so nasty.
Yeah, I think it's. I think this puts Seattle over the top when it comes to. I think them being a playoff contender for the next couple of years. Them getting and they've absolutely killed this draft. Getting Von Witherspoon, JSN, two guys from the Big Ten. I think they've done a fantastic job. I think it's going to pay off for them in the NFC East, which has gotten in the NFC in general, which has gotten a little weaker. I know that they're going to have to compete with the 49ers. The Rams are trying to make a comeback.
I got the pick. I'm not going to say it, but I didn't even mean to find it, but I found it.
All right. Cool.
Interesting.
Interesting.
That's all I'm saying.
Interesting indeed.
I'm gonna guess Jordan Addison, but I haven't seen anything. That's what I'm gonna guess. But
yeah. I mean, Jordan Addison. Just to remind you guys, Blitnikoff winner at Pitt.
Yeah.
Paired up with Kenny Pickett, goes over to USC. Caleb Williams. Let's see. 159 passes, 2,500 yards, 25 scores in 2 seasons. So definitely an elite wide receiver nonetheless.
Mm-hmm. I'd agree. Yeah, I mean, he'll be a good possession receiver in the NFL, and I mean that goes a long way with this, especially with a good receiving core like the Chargers have. Here we go.
We'll go Chase to Brady to me with this one.
2023 NFL Draft. The Los Angeles Chargers select Quentin Johnston.
Whoa. Yeah. Quentin Johnston. Wow. So they got 2 jump ball receivers and Keenan Allen just working over the middle. I guess they want to run the hell out of 9-8-9 concepts. What the fuck?
Yeah.
I mean,
wow. They're just gonna run fades on the outside and Keenan Allen over the middle.
On the outside though.
Golly. Well,
Herbert,
right.
dude. This is how you make your. This is how you give your quarterback weapons right here, though. Like the fact that Justin Herbert. I mean, I know Austin Eckler kind of isn't happy with his situation, but he has him, and then these 3 guys.
Yeah,
ridiculous.
Yeah, they got that's a basketball team right there. That's a basketball team of a skill room. So at receiver. So I mean. They got 2
this
guys.
This is going to mess up some teams that don't have 2 long corners too.
Oh, like expose them.
It will. Like I feel like Quentin Johnston's probably a little bit more like able to run the whole route concept than Mike Williams.
Yeah.
But so put him on the field, and then you got him going against like a little 5'11 corner, 5'10 corner. That's pretty much a mismatch right there.
That's going to cause for teams to run a lot more zone on the Chargers, and Justin Herbert can fit balls in the tight windows. And I mean, that's saying we're just going to play zone against you. He's going to dice you up. That's a tough matchup right there.
Yeah, zone is
off of that. It's go at it, Brady.
I was going to say like zone is just easier to get completions against. Like it's not easier to make big plays against, but it's easier to just take completions against. And that is going to have Justin Herbert's you know what? I'm going to predict it now. Justin Herbert's going to lead the league in completion percentage this year.
Okay. I like
That's
that.
just-
I think it's a good take.
Just a random take I have. Random
Yeah.
take.
Well, I mean, you look at it, it's possible. I mean, Kellen Moore coming in there, new offensive coordinator, might draw up some new stuff. They'll be able to, dial up some things for the receivers and all. If teams do start running more zone, then I mean he's gonna have more wide open windows to make throws. I mean, that's a good pick. That's a valid pick.
Yep.
Absolutely. I think Quentin Johnston, just to note it, I mean, 19 yards per reception in college.
Man.
I mean, that just tells you what you need to know. And this guy's
That's a
going to be – if you start playing a lot of zone, if you're playing a lot of safety help over the top, if you get some smaller corners, that's only going to make life better for Austin Eckler too. Lighten up that box a bit more for him, which might put a smile back on his face.
100%. Absolutely. I would. That's a big shot.
Yeah, I wonder what they're going to do with him there, but man, so the receiver sale has begun. I mean, obviously, like JSN going, then you got Quentin Johnston. Ravens, do they go Jordan Addison? Do they go Zay Flowers? What systematic approach do they look at when it comes to this? Because they got Rashad Bateman coming back.
Bro, I love what's his name? Zay Flowers here.
Yeah.
They might get Zay Flowers for their all-pro quarterback, Tyler Huntley.
Yeah, take Zay Flowers for Mr. Tyler Huntley himself.
Ghetto Gronk. Love him.
Gosh, dude, Ghetto Gronk doesn't miss.
Wait, Tyler, are you are you a Bengals fan? Or
Yes, I am.
You're a Bengals fan. Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, but I mean, I follow it all. I follow all the teams. I mean, I've been a Bengals fan my entire life, but I've also been a massive Tom Brady fan, though, too.
Okay. Yeah,
There you go.
that's fair. Makes sense.
I wonder. I do wonder where the Ravens go with this one, because I'm not sure if. I mean, Zay Flowers is the best in-space receiver remaining on this. You could go edge, but McDonald's gone, and he was one of the guys that projected to be around this late. If they go edge, I mean, Nolan Smith's still here, Miles Murphy's still here.
Yep.
And Felix, I'm not even going to try and pronounce the rest of your name out of Kansas State is available.
Yeah.
Then if you go the DB approach, looking at corner, you got Deontay Banks, Joey Porter.
Dude, the fact that Joey Porter Jr.'s fallen this far is unbelievable. That's
crazy.
Dude, he's
pairing him up with Marlon Humphrey. I mean, that's your answer to slowing down the Bengals a little bit.
There you go. Yeah, I mean, that would be a nice pick for them. I mean, be really tough for Joey Porter Sr., man, to see his son wearing that purple and black. That'd be rough for him to see, but it could happen.
Wow, that would be crazy.
Yeah.
Didn't even put that together.
Yeah. I mean, and think about this, the guys that are still available. So Nolan Smith's still there. You got a couple receivers, like we said, with Zay Flowers and Jordan Addison's still there. Joey Porter Jr., Dalton Kincaid. I keep looking at what the Bengals have, dude. The Bengals are going to have a lot of options at tight end. And, Deontay Banks still on the board, too, at corner. There's going to be a lot of options for Cincinnati at 28. This will be interesting to see where they go. Not going to be running back now. It's got to probably either be cornerback or tight end.
Yeah, I'm feeling like tight end is more and more likely at this point.
There's been tight end off the board.
That's what I'm saying. Like, they got their pick. Yeah. Pick your tight end. Not sure who their pick would be.
You said for the Ravens? Who's that? I missed that. I apologize.
The Bengals.
Tight end. Bengals tight end. Okay, that's what I thought we were on. But
tight end or corner.
They get the choice at tight end. I mean,
yeah, they do.
I do wonder if teams are going to start. I wonder what phone calls are going to be made. I know that Bengals don't trade in the draft often, but I wonder what phone calls they're receiving at the moment.
Yeah, second round is where they've done it a lot. They've traded actually. I think 4 out of the last 5 drafts they traded their second round pick, and it started back then in 2017 with Joe Mixon. So they've done that before. Yeah, they've done it before, but just they don't do it in the first a whole lot. So That'll be interesting to see. The Ravens pick is in, by the way. Commissioner Goodell should be walking up any minute. So
I feel like they might go. I don't know, man.
That's tough. That's tough. It gets tougher.
It gets tougher. All right. Here's my take. My guess. Right. You've pissed Lamar Jackson off all summer long. Well, not summer long. Spring long. My apologies. And into the summer a bit. All off season long.
Yeah.
You scratch the guy's back and you get him a weapon.
Yeah. I think that's what they should go.
And I think it's going to be – I don't think it's Addison. So I'm going to say Flowers and Space, or maybe they reach and go Mingo. I don't think they reach and go Mingo, though.
Yeah, I don't think yet. I don't think yet, but
especially with Zay Flowers on the board still.
Low key, I might take Mingo over Jalen Hyatt in some situations, but probably not over Flowers. But I just wanted to bring that up because I feel like he was really highly. Are they picking now?
Oh, okay. I just heard the music.
Gotcha.
The Baltimore Ravens select Zay Flowers.
There you go. Zay Flowers. Yep.
There it is.
All right. So, man, we were one pick away from Kris's reel being good. He had Zay Flowers going to the Vikings.
Oh, you're right.
Well, and this is also, I don't know if I want to throw shade at Matt, but he did pick Jahmyr Gibbs to the Ravens. But
he did.
But I mean, Jahmyr already got picked and all that stuff. 12. I'm not going to throw
Gibbs was there.
Shade.
You could have argued.
Yeah, I'm not going to throw any shade at Matt. I can't do that right now. Oh man.
Yes, I mean Zay Flowers though. I mean, in my notes, the best pure separator in the draft. DBs can't really stick him, and he's going to be he's a guy I think in the NFL could generate a lot of holds. Just very quick and shifty dude. It sounds dumb to say this. We're talking about wide receivers and defensive backs and stuff, but I think he either beats you and cooks you, or you're going to be able to guard him.
Yeah,
he's not a guy that you got to. He's not a catch and traffic kind of guy. I don't think.
Yeah, I agree.
But he's racked up 1,000 yards and 12 touchdowns in what was that? The last season. So I mean that's impressive. 1,000-yard season in college, especially at Boston College of all places.
Yeah,
pretty impressive.
Yep, 12-game season. 12, 13-game season, 1,000 yards. I mean, it's averaging right around 83 yards a game. It's like said, at Boston College, who hasn't had a relevant quarterback since Matt Ryan. That's some good stuff.
Or wide receiver as well, or relevant wide receiver. So, I mean, I can imagine he was getting a heavy focus in all of the defensive game plans, too.
100%. And,
now we bounce to the Vikings at 23, though.
Yeah.
So, in Peter Schrager's mock, I know it's kind of went to crap at the moment. Just everybody's mock has. He had the Vikings trading to 28 and getting a quarterback at 28. Had them drafting, I believe it was Hendon Hooker. Anderson at 23, wide receiver, interior defensive line, linebacker, corner are your needs. But Will Levis on the board still.
Bro, low key though, I've been imagining this for Levis. Like I talk to myself, I'm like, okay, I'm probably wrong. Like everyone's telling me he's going to go in the top 10, but I'm sitting here like he just seems like a guy that would fall off, like on the board.
Spoken to his assistant.
I talked to Chase earlier. I can't even remember if it was on the show or through text or what.
Yeah.
I remember mentioning like the Vikings should just draft like Stetson Bennett late. Just he has underneath Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
Before they started actually being pushed this narrative of them going quarterback a lot more.
Yeah.
And I mean, if you can get Will Levis here, I'm not trying to be like Will Levis. Yes.
Yeah.
But he's playing as a GM. I mean, there's something real to him, and all. With every life, there's a bit of truth. So there's something about Will Levis that was making people think top 10 at some point.
Yeah. I mean, it just kind of depends on what a team looks at and all that, and the Viking situation. Kirk Cousins' contract's coming to an end. And he's getting older. They probably don't want to pay him at all. Do they want to take a quarterback right now? Do they want to wait till next year? They're probably not going to. They're probably still going to be pretty good, and they're not going to get a high pick. Or do they test the quarterback market out next year, try to make a trade? Do they see a free agent that they like? There's a lot of different options here, and I think potentially drafting a quarterback, maybe Will Levis, maybe second round with Hendon Hooker. That might be the best option right now.
I agree.
Dude, I honestly feel like
run to the restroom quick. You boys keep talking to me. Right?
Gotcha.
Right. Yeah. So I don't know what they're gonna do. This is interesting.
I feel bad for Will Levis. Like he was overhyped so much, dude, that like they screwed him by making him think he was gonna go this high.
Really though, I mean, think about the guy on Reddit. Like, I mean, they're like, Will Levis told his family that he's gonna go on there and all that stuff. He's gonna go number one and all that. Like, I mean, it's a guy from Reddit, but still, I mean, number one to like not being picked at all is crazy. That's right now.
It's bad. Yeah, it's bad.
You know, it's kind of weird seeing you on the left side right now, me on the right. Normally, it's like
the opposite.
Normally, it's the opposite way. It's pretty funny, but obviously, you know, Tyler will be right back here. But yeah, I think after this pick, I'm gonna be dipping for a little bit and then come back after the Bengals pick. That'll be interesting. Vikings, they got about 2.5 minutes left on the clock. You know, pick will probably get in here pretty soon.
I might do the same actually with the because I got to finish something that shouldn't take long at all for school.
All right. What do you think the Vikings are doing at 23? What do you think they're gonna do?
I think they're gonna take Will Levis.
Like, quite honestly, think they are.
I really do.
I mean, they might. It seems, you know, I wouldn't.
Because I think they like his. I think they like his like tools or traits or whatever, and they're gonna have him sit behind Kirk.
Yeah, if they have him sit behind Kirk and all of that, I mean, obviously the Vikings are gonna need another receiver. They could get that in the second round potentially. So
I really don't love Jordan Addison. I just don't like.
Yeah, they just need. I think they need some type of. I mean, Justin Jefferson could do it all, but they have some type of diversity at receiver. Then they could try that. But I'm not even trying to be funny. Maybe they take Tank Dell in the second round, second or third.
Maybe.
Round. I don't know. They very well could, but
yeah.
But they might go on ahead and take quarterback right here and just be like, you know what? Let's get a guy, Will Levis, Hendon Hooker. We didn't expect Will Levis to be this down this far. Pick him up, sit him under a year. It's under a good team, good quarterback like Kirk. Hope he develops. He develops. There you go. So, that'd be really interesting to see Will Levis throwing the ball to Justin Jefferson. That'd be like
that would be weird.
Yeah, it'd be really odd. But I mean, I don't know. Man, where does DeJuan Jones go? Do you think he goes tonight?
DeJuan, if he does, I feel like it's the Chiefs, but
yeah,
I'm not sure. It's going to be a close call.
Mm-hmm.
It makes sense for the Chiefs. I mean, to replace Orlando Brown.
That's really weird to think, like, because you have a couple of offensive line. Is Broderick Jones a guard or tackle? I can't remember.
He's a tackle, left tackle.
So okay, and DeJuan's on the right side, right?
Yeah, it'd be funny if the Chiefs replace Orlando Brown with a guy that's bigger than him.
Yeah, that normally doesn't happen. It normally doesn't happen. That could be.
Yeah, that'd be crazy.
Broderick Jones to the Chiefs. Is that what I'm hearing? That's what you guys think is going to happen potentially?
Well, Broderick. We were talking about. He asked if I thought DeJuan Jones would go in the first round, and I said I don't think he will. But if he did, it would probably be that last pick to the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was asking what position, what position Broderick played. Like if he played left, right tackle, what?
Okay.
So.
And I said it'd be crazy if the Chiefs replace Orlando Brown Jr. with a bigger offensive tackle than him. Because he's a big dude.
Orlando's a tank. DeJuan's a mountain. It's complete. It's crazy. Think about this though.
I mean, Anton Harrison, 6'5", 315.
He's a big dude too.
Yeah, Oklahoma as well. So.
How big is it?
Top Orlando? 5 on Orlando, 6,
really
6,
big,
6'8", probably 6'7", 6'8".
Yeah,
he's large. Oh, by the way, they had the top 5 up there. So the top 5 Mel's best available. They had Will Levis.
Mel had Will as the. Oh yeah, Orlando's 6'8", and DeJuan Jones is like 6'8.5", and then DeJuan weighs more. So it's
wild. They have Will Levis. I think the second guy, who was the second? Joey Porter Jr. hasn't been selected yet.
Bro, Joey Porter Jr. to me is
think about that. Think about that.
The best player on the board.
His top 5, he had Will Levis, Nolan Smith. I know that Jordan Addison, Deontay Banks. He didn't even have Joey Porter Jr. in his top 5 on available. Like, that's crazy. Dude,
That's insane.
If he falls to the Cincinnati Bengals, I'm losing my shit.
Bro, if the Bengals get Joey Porter, that would be ridiculous.
I'm gonna lose my shit, dude, if he falls to the Bengals. Oh my goodness.
Dude, he would bro.
I'm speaking ahead of myself right now, but damn. So
if the man, that'd be wild. The Bengals have a lot of options, which is insane to think about.
Vikings is in. Here we go.
I'm guessing Addison, because Zay Flowers is gone.
There you go. Good guess.
Jordan Addison. There you go. I think it was. I honestly, I thought it was going to be Addison to the Ravens, Flowers to the Vikings.
It's going to be flipped. I thought it would be flipped as well.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
It feels like the fit was opposite for real. Like Jordan Addison to the Vikings is a really, really weird thing to think about. Like
Addison,
imagine him in that uniform.
Addison feels like a Ravens player.
He does.
He feels like a Ravens guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Just like the way I see him play and all. He feels like a guy who would go to the Ravens. I don't.
Yeah.
It's opposite though. It's really that is
trade.
Weird. Trade? What happened?
Giants on the clock.
These flip spots.
They are going to take Jay Hyatt.
The Giants just traded number 25 and 160.
Do you think they'll take Hyatt, or do you think they'll take like Miles Murphy?
I really hope they take Hyatt just for the sake of my reel.
That would be true.
Dude, that would be crazy.
Hyatt or Mingo, maybe? Hyatt or Mingo?
Dude, yeah.
That could be.
Panic, a little panic here.
Daniel Jones, I like Mingo better for him, but I don't know if they go with Mingo that high.
Not sure.
Oh,
they wouldn't have traded up for Mingo.
25, 160, and 240 to move up one spot.
Hey, Tyler, after this pick, I'm gonna hop off here until after the Bengals.
No worries.
I'll come on here, give the reaction and all. So
I'm gonna hop off for like 1 or 2 picks because I have to do something real quick to do at 11:59. But it's so simple that I'll be back on quick.
Not a problem at all. I'll be able to manage solo. Bro. It's been so much more fun having you two on here, Kris popping in.
This has been great.
Yeah,
because last year I did this entire thing solo.
That's what I thought. Yeah. I went back and watched part of it. I was like, man, that's a tough thing for 3.5 hours to do by yourself. I'm
gonna have to check that one out. I need to check that out to see how it felt like without anybody else on. But like, I mean, hey, fighting through a solo is even more impressive though. Like
you learned a lot about yourself. I think it was a lot of the research you had to do and just talking with yourself, breaking it down for a couple of hours.
Yeah.
I think that has been great practice. Like the radio show I do now. I mean, I'm solo for the most part. I had Chase on a handful of different times.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's good practice. I mean, and it makes a world of difference just having another guy you can bounce something to every once in a while.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, like to get other people's thoughts and like it takes up time too. Like when you get a conversation going, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. And I think the funniest part too last year in their draft, my highlight of it was when Tyler Smith got drafted to the Cowboys.
Oh, yep. I do. That. They do have a Tyler Smith. I forgot about that.
Yep. That was a good moment. That was a good moment that I kind of clipped down. Like, how many times you able to announce somebody with your same name getting drafted?
That's awesome.
I remember you mentioning it. That was pretty dope.
0 times happened for me.
Yeah. Man, by the way,
King could go number 1.
Hey, funny story. Brady King did play another quarterback from another school named Brady King.
Oh yeah, my first career.
That's another story.
Hey man,
that's another.
You just need that guy to go pro now. You turn pro.
For real, dude. It was my first career start, and we were playing. It was like Brady King's pass is intended for blank. Every single pass thrown was like Brady King.
Fantastic.
Brady King sacks Brady King.
Exactly, bro. That would have been, dude. I wish they would have put either him or me on defense just for that game.
Dude, that's like the Spider-Man meme, man. Brady King.
Dude, it was hilarious, bro.
Oh my gosh, dude.
Everyone was so confused.
What position you play, Brady?
What'd you say?
What position you play?
I play quarterback.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So so does he. So we were both quarterback going against each other. My first career start.
Brady King with the pass.
Yeah. The entire game, bro. The entire game.
You probably would have heard Brady's name throwing a pass like for your sake. You probably would have thrown like 6 or 7 passes this past year if you played him.
Yeah.
Really though, I mean,
Yeah.
I don't
That
care.
game-
I'll shit on the coaching staff. I don't care. They didn't throw this guy enough, dude.
Dude, we went so we changed to a running system because he thought it's a long story, bro. I don't even it sucks to get into. But bro, we only threw the ball like 10. If we threw the ball 10 times in a game, that felt good. Like that felt, but that game we're talking about, I threw the ball like 30 times. So it's like, and that was 3 years. That was my sophomore year though, and this was my senior year.
Yeah.
And bro, it was bad. Like I would hand the ball off, bro, and nothing happened out of it. Then we'd pass and we'd start to roll. Like my last career game, we were playing a team that was like I think they ended up 7-3. They were good. Yeah, Tecumseh. They're a pretty good team. First play of the game, I threw a 91-yard touchdown pass. And then they drove down and scored. And then we run the ball 2 times and get stuffed. And then on 3rd and 10, I threw a 70-yard touchdown pass.
Man.
And then we stopped throwing. Bro, I was in such a rhythm. Like, we had a much better throwing offense than a running offense, especially this year. Because we had some decent receiver talent. Like, we really did. Out there. Like, we had some good receivers. And yet we just ran the ball so much. It hurt, bro. It hurt.
I can imagine, man.
Yeah. Oh, funny thing about that is the offensive coordinator from a couple years ago was literally Matt.
Yeah, my sophomore year.
Really?
Bro, Matt was our OC.
Yeah, Matt was the OC that year. That's crazy. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not looking at my Bengals chat right now, but I'm getting notifications. I didn't see who it was, but a lot of them are pissed. So I don't know exactly what that means.
Did you trade your pick?
No, not that. It's just that. Hold on.
Right, everything's right. Dude, if Joey Porter goes to the Bengals,
what's going? I don't know what's
Joey
going on.
Porter
right
lands
now.
at the Bengals.
I don't know what's going on right now, but someone said I'm not trying to spoil. Someone said go take Porter. So
Banks went to the Giants then, right?
I'm assuming it's Banks.
Banks out of Maryland had to go to the Giants then.
I would think. Well, let's see.
So if it is Banks, looking at him as a prospect, I put in quotes, what an athlete. 4.35 40, 42 introvert, 11.4 broad jump.
Dude, he's physical too.
And great tape.
Yeah. Dude, the fact that he was at Maryland, I won't lie, I didn't know who he was until the draft process. Like, during the season, I did not know who he was. But then looking through his Ohio State tape, I'm like, yeah, I kind of remember this guy. Like, I kind of remember this play. Like, just seeing a corner that was that made this ridiculous play. And, I'm like, bro, we're letting a Maryland corner do this to us. And then I realized that, first-round talent.
Bills just traded for them 25.
The New York Giants, with the 24th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Deontay Banks.
There it is.
Figured it was Banks. Figured it was Banks.
Not
So still on the board for Jacksonville 25, Dallas, and Buffalo. So you've got
Bills just traded for 25.
Fuck.
Is that Porter?
Damn it. That's probably Porter, dude.
Oh,
Because that was right after the pick was in.
Trey Wright.
Terms 25.
Fuck.
25 for 27 and 130.
Damn it.
I really couldn't. I can't think of who this would be other than Porter. Like,
dude, that sucks.
They should take Porter. They really should.
I'm about to pop off. All right. I'll be back.
All right.
Sounds good.
Yep.
Sounds good. I'll probably pop off after this pick, but then I'll be back by the Bengals pick because it won't take long.
No worries. If Brian Branch goes to the
Brian
Giants,
could be this pick
after Kris. Kris.
I remember.
Man, I'm atting Kris so hard.
Bro, that was a decent conversation. I remember that Brian Branch first round conversation.
Brian Branch, in my quotes, the definition of a football player. Plays the game.
Oh yeah.
You wish every defensive back would, great tackler.
Yeah.
Only missed 4 tackles in his entire career and had about 200 attempts.
See, what I think with him is I think beginning of his career, true freshman, it was a struggle. However, he got better. And I think I need to find my big board. Where did I have him? Let's see. Oh, okay. I had Brian Branch my number 2 safety. So I would I had Christopher Smith.
You have at 1?
Chris Smith the third from Georgia. Yeah, I think he got overlooked. I don't think he's going to go. I think Brian Branch will definitely be picked before him. I love his college tape though. I love the way he plays. I love the way he understands the game. Like he's always making a big play for Georgia. Always. It takes me back to against Clemson in 21 where DJ was throwing a slant to Justin Ross and the dude came up and just read DJ's eyes and pick sixed it, and that was the only touchdown of the game for Georgia to win the game. And this year, LSU was kicking a field goal and it got blocked, and everyone ran away from the ball, walked away like it was not dead. And Chris Smith waited till they cleared out, picked it up, and scored a touchdown. So I just like the way he plays the game. But athletically and tools, Brian Branch is the best safety in the draft.
Definitely. I think you like having high IQ guys, moments. I think you bring up a great moment on that blocked field goal. That's what scouts are looking for.
Yeah.
They're trying to find those plays that separate a guy from another guy, especially late in the draft.
No doubt.
It's incredible. Just good homework on you. And that's
Thank you.
So I just saw this fly across my screen. I'm sure you might have seen it as well. The Buffalo Bills trade up and take Dalton Kincaid out of Utah at 25.
Dalton Kincaid is the 25th pick. I like it. I like that pick for man, he's a good receiving tight end for Josh Allen.
Is.
That's a good pick. That's a good pick.
Kris had him going 13 to the Jets pre-Aaron Rodgers trade.
He did.
And I think, Dalton Kincaid's a good dude. Good receiver. He was my number 2 tight end on my big board.
Me too.
Washington.
Me too.
I just like how Washington can do a bit of both. But Kincaid 240, bridges that gap between tight end and wide receiver. And you're not drafting him to be a blocker. I'm telling you that now. He's not a blocker. He's a receiver. No. But I think that's what Josh Allen needs. Just another
good thing the Bills don't run the ball.
Exactly. They do not run the ball at all. I think they'll be doing just fine getting another guy out there they can throw to. And I think he does well, too, with a guy like Stephon Diggs around him who gets a lot of attention.
Yeah.
And the tight end position allows Kincaid to kind of break free and get loose, or it's going to let Stephon Diggs break loose a bit more just because they have to respect the tight end game a bit more. Because
for sure.
Dalton Knox or Dawson Knox, not that great of a receiver. Not that great of a receiver, in my opinion. Josh Allen makes him a lot better than what he is. And I think Dalton Kincaid's better than Knox. Then you have Josh Allen takes him to another level too, I think.
For sure. Imagine being Dalton Kincaid right now. You get to go play with Josh Allen your rookie year, being this – oh, man. That's just a dream scenario right there.
Yeah, anytime you can be a skill player and you get a franchise quarterback as your quarterback on that first contract is always such an amazing feeling, I bet, because you could be going to a terrible situation, i.e. Kyle Pitts and the Falcons.
100%.
Yeah, you just got to be happy with that. And I think, too, Bengals fans are happy right now. I'm sure Chase is celebrating this draft choice, and we'll get his opinion on it.
For sure.
Because you got the Cowboys at 26, running back, lineman.
You're not taking Porter.
Probably not going to take Porter. I think they got some bigger needs there. And the Jaguars, they need safety. They could go corner. It's shaping up nicely here for the Bengals to have a good chance of getting something.
For sure. For sure. I'm going to hop off here for a second.
Go ahead, my man.
I should be back on soon by at least – I might miss 1 pick, 2 at max, but I'll be back for sure. For the Bengals pick. All right. I'll be back in a second.
Cool.
All right.
Yeah, so running solo now for the next little bit. Man, it's been a great show so far. I just want to say that. A great show. Thank you for watching. It's been quite the joy so far, I will say that. And I'm just going to go back and kind of refresh everybody on what's happened so far, because I know it's been a long night. It's been a long night for myself as well. We got Bryce Young going number 1 to the Panthers, CJ Stroud number 2 to the Texans, Will Anderson, number 3 to the Texans. That was a crazy trade. Seeing C.J. Stroud and the Texans, Will Anderson go to the Texans. Both those guys going 2 and 3. You don't see that too often or ever. We're just going to do some deep dives, trying to figure that out one later. But seeing back-to-back picks in the top 3, pretty impressive. The Texans really retool that team right away. And then you got Anthony Richardson at 4. Love that pick. Then you got Devin Witherspoon to the Seahawks at 5. Paris Johnson to the Cardinals at 6. Tyree Wilson to the Raiders at 7. Bijan Robinson to the Falcons at 8. Jalen Carter to 9. Darnell Wright, Peter Skoronski, Jahmyr Gibbs. Jahmyr Gibbs, that was kind of a reach by a lot of people. Don't think Jahmyr Gibbs should have went that early. I think Jahmyr Gibbs is a great player, was definitely a first-round talent, but not sure if he should have went at number 12. Then Lucas Van Ness, Packers get him, and they stick with the same mold. They don't get their quarterback's weapons in the first round. Broderick Jones to the Steelers, they trade up for that pick. Will McDonald to 15. Emmanuel Forbes to 16. Christian Gonzalez to the Patriots at 17. Bill Belichick gets a great guy there. Then we get Jack Campbell, 18, to the Lions out of Iowa. Kalijah Kancey, number 19, picked to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Him and Vita Vea paired on the interior of that defensive line is going to be a nightmare scenario for a lot of teams in the NFC South and throughout the NFL. Jackson Smith-Njigba, Geno Smith, DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, one of the best receiving rooms in the NFL, you have to say. Then you have Quentin Johnson go to the Chargers. Chase Younts versus that as a basketball team, and it sure looks like a basketball team. You have 2 big guys, Mike Williams, Quentin Johnson, 2 jump ball threats. Quentin Johnson's a great pick right there for him. Could have went some other routes, got Zay Flowers, but they get a good receiver nonetheless. Quentin Johnson needs to focus, avoid those concentration drops, and then you get Zay Flowers to the Ravens. Great guy, great in space. Him and Odell Beckham Jr. is going to be fun to watch after re-signing Lamar Jackson. Then you get Jordan Addison to the Vikings, Deonte Banks to the Giants. Dalton Kincaid, now we're back up to speed, but Dalton Kincaid to the Buffalo Bills after they traded up to the number 25 spot. It's going to be interesting to see who goes at 26 to the Dallas Cowboys, America's team, and I'm really going to be intrigued to learn what they do. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens here. It could go a lot of routes. A lot of people thought Jahmyr Gibbs was going to go to the Dallas Cowboys, but he doesn't. He gets drafted at 12 to the Detroit Lions. And we work down. We work down to the Cowboys. The Cowboys. So their best, well, not their best, their positions of need, are running back, interior defensive lineman, linebacker, and corner. Look at running back position. Zach Charbonnet is the best player left on the board, then Devin Akane at Texas A&M, but those both would be reaches, really. True reaches. They're not first-round graded talents on my big board, or universally, I think, as well. Don't get me wrong, Zach Charbonnet, a great running back, running the ball. He set Michigan's freshman running back rushing record, but he doesn't go to the second round. Then you look at the defensive interior, the interior defensive lineman. Mozzie Smith is available. But Mozzie Smith, he's not a first-round talent. By a lot of people, I really like him. I think he's going to have a great NFL career. I think you can get him in the second round, early second round, though. So it wouldn't be terrible if the Cowboys got him there. But I do think they can get some value trading back and waiting on him. You look at the linebacker position. We've seen a few linebackers come off the board already. You got Drew Sanders at 48. And then you look at the corner position. Well, here's where you got to look, I think. And I hate to say this, but I really think they're going to get Joey Porter Jr. here. I really, really do. Joey Porter Jr., the 21st overall prospect on my big board. I want to say what we looked at. Number 4, corner on my big board behind Witherspoon, Gonzalez, and Banks. He's a guy who could go to the Cowboys here. I'm not sure what they're going to do. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens here. It's just a lot is up in the air with this Cowboys pick because you hope some guys slide to you like a Jahmyr Gibbs, but he goes early. And other guys are bouncing around. You don't know what's going on. I don't know. But I think if I had to give you guys, just eating some time here before this Cowboys pick, the biggest story I've seen so far tonight, I would have to give it to the Houston Texans. I'm giving them, they're the winners of this draft, I think, so far. You know, you get C.J. Stroud, a great quarterback. Then you get the best defensive player available in Will Anderson Jr. You can't ask for anything better than that. You get Will Anderson Jr., C.J. Stroud, D'Amico Ryans, first-year head coach, strengthens both sides of the ball. And as we take a moment, we're going to talk about Michael Mayer as well. Michael Mayer out of Notre Dame. Jason Witten is the pro comp. He gets open, strong hands, played at Notre Dame. He knows how to run block, smart guy as well. Looking at Michael Mayer, he's as polished as it gets in my notes. Polished as a tight end you'll see in this draft class. He's only a true junior, so had some time. Could have went back to the Notre Dame for one more year, but he's going to test his waters in the NFL, which he probably should. But he racked up 2,099 yards and 18 scores in his Notre Dame career. So, 3-year career at Notre Dame. I mean, 2,000 yards as a tight end at a team that doesn't throw the ball too often. It's going to be interesting to see what goes on there. New head coach Marcus Freeman at Notre Dame this year. Different offense, different schemes. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens moving forward for Notre Dame. But as we take a moment, we're going to work back to the NFL here. Michael Mayer could go. The Cowboys can go best available here as well. I know we talk about team needs a lot, but they could very well go best available. And if they go best available, I would say the best available prospects for them at the moment, you got Will Levis, Hendon Hooker, Tanner McKee out of Stanford, Dorian Thompson. They're the quarterbacks. And I don't think – and let's be honest here. The Cowboys are not in room to get a quarterback. I think they're going to go on the defensive side of the ball. I think they're going to end up reaching as well, in a sense. I think they're going to get a great player. They're going to get a great player, but they're going to reach a tad because they could have traded back and get somebody. But I'm going to guess Mazi Smith as the selection here for the Dallas Cowboys because you needed an interior defensive lineman, and there's no other interior defensive lineman left on this board besides Mazi Smith. You know, Kalijah Kancey just went. We'll see. We'll have to wait and see. The Cowboys watch party's on the screen at the moment. Looking pretty happy. Got all the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders bouncing around, celebrating. It'll be interesting to see what goes on here. So the pick is in. The pick is in. And I'm leaning towards Mazi Smith out of Michigan. And let me talk to you about Mazi Smith out of Michigan. Mazi Smith, a guy who's a great player, was one of the forefronts for – sorry, apologies. Saw a bunch of Twitter notifications going off. Thought I missed something. Let me get with you on Mazi Smith. Mazi Smith's a great talent. Really talented NFL product coming out of Michigan. Good defensive lineman. Can stop the run. Can get after the passer. Really fits in well. Was Michigan's better player on defense. One of their best players on defense. One of the best players on this team. Really filled a void when you lose Aiden Hutchinson and David Ajabo. It's going to be fun to see him play in the NFL, and I think he's going to go to the Cowboys here. But I really want to know what a lot of you guys are thinking, some of the best plays in this draft class so far as well. As we take a moment to go look at the live draft tracker. So bringing you up to speed, Dalton Kincaid, Buffalo Bills, 25, Deontay Banks, 24, Jordan Addison, 23. So coming up, you have Mazi Smith, who just got announced. Yes, Mazi Smith. Wow, great pick. I really like that pick for Dallas. 75% of the public, in the polls I'm seeing right now, are really liking this one. Overall, big board on mine, he was number 35, 36. I think he's good, though. I think he's good. I like Mazi Smith. Now we go 27, right before this Jaguars pick. 27 is the Jaguars pick right before they make their pick. Their team needs guard, center, edge, corner, safety. It's a stumper here, to say the least. We look at offensive tackle. Yeah, Anton Harrison. And then you look at the interior offensive line. You got Osiris Torrance out of Florida, John Michael Schmitz out of Minnesota, Steve Avila. So, right now what stinks about this range at the 27 spot is oftentimes you find yourself reaching. You very much find yourself reaching because you need to find people that can play positions for you. You just find yourself reaching a lot just because it's this point. It's like you just want to get what you want, fill the team needs, get a great player if you can. It'll be interesting to see who they go with here. Sorry, had a technical issue there for a minute. But no, I really think what's going to go on here for the Jaguars, I hope they draft Brian Branch so I can just make fun of Kris, because Kris was giving me a hard time about it. I think there's a good chance. But just look at some of these instant reactions throughout. It's going to be very, very, very interesting. Very interesting to see what happens here with the Jaguars. Jaguars at 27. Bengals at 28. Jaguars with about 5 minutes left on the clock. It's a puzzling situation now if you're these back-end teams. You know, your teams that made the playoffs, teams that are good, and you really just need to fill a hole or two potentially from players departing, not coming back in free agency, trying to tool some depth, looking at upcoming contracts potentially expiring as well. If they go the edge route, the Jaguars, the edge players available, we got Nolan Smith, Miles Murphy, and Felix. I'm going to try and pronounce it this time. Anudike Uzoma. Hopefully I said that right. But he's a good edge, product number 52 prospect on my big board. And then you look at corners. Corners, you got Joey Porter Jr. out there, I think, still. Let me double check that. Yeah, Joey Porter Jr. still out there. Cam Smith still out there. Then you look at safeties, and I don't think there's been a safety taken yet in this draft class. And there has not been. You got Brian Branch, Antonio Johnson, Sidney Brown, Jordan Battle. And then Christopher Smith, who Brady King hit on a minute ago. He's not going to go in the first round anytime soon. He might be a 144, 32 times 4, 128. It's going to be a 4 to 6 round product there. Really interesting ball player. He brought up a lot of great things about him. High IQ is what I love the most about that guy, Christopher Smith. As we await on this Jaguars pick, the pick is in. And, man, do I hope this is Brian Branch. If this is Brian Branch, the smile I'm going to have. The smile I am going to have. But I'm not too confident. I don't know. This draft class has been really funny. We're going to see either Nolan Smith, Joey Porter Jr., Brian Branch, or Nolan Smith, Brian Branch, Miles Murphy, Joey Porter Jr. I think those are my predictions here as we await the announcement from this pick. But, man, the NFL draft has been everything but chalk this year, to say the least. We've been talking about this a lot. It's been very interesting just to see what's happening here. Been a lot of movement, a lot of trades. No one really knew what was going to happen with this. So who knows? Hold on. With some good comments coming out of here from Chris Ballard. The Colts knew they wanted Anthony Richardson all along, which is interesting to see. Of course, you're going to come out and support whoever you wanted, but I really think they wanted him because the really reason why I think they liked Anthony Richardson is all those physical tools he had. He's a guy that can put into the system with Shane Steichen, run a Jalen Hurts-esque offense. He's going to need some time to develop, but that's going to be a guy that I look forward to watching here in the near future. Going to try and get some games out there, whether I'm attending him or just going to his media, preferably the media route, because I want to be able to talk to those guys and see the behind the scenes. But yeah, I mean, that's a pick I'm really happy about. Not just happy because I predicted and thought it was going to happen, but I'm just genuinely excited about that. And, man, they keep showing Will Levis. I feel for this man right now. I feel for him. I couldn't imagine. He was been told all along he was going early. Then just to fall like this is miserable. All right, so Jacksonville, a shocking pick in a sense. Was not expecting to see that whatsoever. They go Anton Harrison.
Create IBM. Let's create perfectly poached egg English muffin.
The pick is Anton Harrison, offensive tackle, Oklahoma. Wow. So the Bengals have a decision here. The Bengals have themselves a decision. Realistically, your two biggest needs, tight end and corner. Well, before we get that, they do need some interior defensive line help. But let's be real. You're not going to reach on a guy like Brian Breesy here, the 40th prospect on my big board. And then after that, you got 58, 79, and 80s defensive tackles available. I don't think you're going to go there. So really it comes down to you go tight end or corner. Because I don't think you're going to draft safety, especially after drafting Daxton Hill in the previous draft. We get Brady back in. I just heard him joining. All right, Brady. So, Chase Younts, big smiles right now, I bet, after seeing Anton Harrison go to the Jaguars.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I was thinking about that. I was like, if Joey Porter actually goes to the Bengals, like, his dad will feel so weird because, you know, being a Steeler and all. Mm-hmm. But that would be nasty. Like, he might be CB1 on the Bengals. Would be.
Bengals pick is in.
Bengals pick is in. Wow.
That was quick.
Very quick.
But no, just mean I was filling you in on the time you were gone. It wasn't too long, but just kind of broke down what's happened so far. Anthony Richardson, Chris Ballard really liked him from the jump. From what I'm seeing on his quotes on Twitter, you know, very much wanted him. Good tools there. And then we're kind of reacting to the previous picks. Mozzie Smith.
Mozzie Smith.
Mozzie Cowboys. I'm happy about that. What do you think about that?
Definitely. I think he was one of the best defensive tackles left. Him and Brian Brzee were the two best guys left, no doubt about it. I think it's a good pick. Definitely could use that help in the interior defensive line for them. And I didn't have any complaints with it whatsoever.
No, so neither did I. I really liked it. The only negative thing I said, if you want to call it a negative, I said the Cowboys probably could have got him early second round. But that means you got to trade back and you risk it. I think the Cowboys really liked him. And you just take him there. You know, you're comfortable on the back end, just taking a guy that you like.
Absolutely.
And, man, if this is true, man, the Bengals supposedly took Clemson edge Myles Murphy.
Ooh. Bro, why?
If they took Myles Murphy, 6'5", 275-pounder, I put his comp, Trayvon Walker, like this year's Trayvon Walker.
Yeah.
You know, not a great stand-up pass rusher. But 76 pressures in 2 seasons. So that's 38 a year even.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, that's just 3 pressures a game. That's nothing too insane. I don't know.
You mind if I hop on my phone real quick? I think my computer has.
Go right ahead.
All right, I'll be right back.
No worries. All right, so yeah, it's official. It's official here. Cincinnati Bengals with the 28th overall pick. Take Myles Murphy. Not my happiest selection here. I really was hoping Myles Murphy, looking at the board right now, Joey Porter Jr. available. Every single tight end on the board available except for Dalton Kincaid. All right. Let me switch my AirPods and I'll get you on real quick, boys.
Gotcha.
Man, Chase, I'm not happy, but you hit this first.
Well. You had Joey motherfucking Porter on the board. You had Nolan Smith on the board. You had Michael Mayer on the board. And you go, Kalijah? Wait, I'm tweaking right now because I'm messed up. So Miles Murphy, interesting. Why Miles Murphy do we do that? Because we obviously see something that other people don't see. I have no idea what the hell we just did there. No clue. No idea. No, not at all. Not at all. I just saw an Instagram post by my good friend Bengal Central that came out 3 minutes ago. Has 60 comments already.
Wow.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on.
That was something else. I don't get it. I don't think that was a big need for the Bengals whatsoever.
No.
Especially to go grab him over a guy like JPJ, Michael Mayer. Yeah. It's weird. I'm not sure.
The only positive that I look at from this is that Cincinnati's pass rush hasn't been significantly great over the last couple of years. I know Trey Hendrickson had a great season, but I mean, at least they have a significant piece on the pass rush. I was just really surprised that they went with the defensive end.
Yeah, man, I'm with you there. That was my instant reaction. Miles Murphy, don't get me wrong, he's a good player, but they could have went Joey Porter Jr. They could have went any tight end minus Kincaid.
Yep.
I'm a little beat up on that one right now. Murphy, I mean, in my notes, I kind of did it to us, I think. I put Murphy is too freaky to pass up. 6'5", 275 pounds. This year's version of Trayvon Walker needs to work on the standing pass rush, but 76 pressures over the last 2 years.
Yeah. You know what? I told myself before that I'm not going to walk in and hate the Cincinnati Bengals pick, whatever it is. So, you know what? I'm just going to see the positives in it, embrace it. Hopefully the Bengals can actually take some needs here in the next couple rounds tomorrow. So, I'm just going to try to stay positive with it.
I can't believe I can't believe Porter was on the board, though.
I know, yeah. I know. I'm telling myself that the whole time, man. I know.
That's my question. I mean, what's going on with Joey Porter that's allowed him to drop? Like, what happened?
Yeah.
There has to be something.
I
don't know. It's
because think about it. The Eagles could get him. Somebody could get him. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like he is 3 picks away from being a second round pick.
Yeah, bro.
Crazy.
He would be one of the best second round corners that I think I've ever seen. In terms of as a prospect.
Well, you know what else is crazy too? If he falls to the second round, the Steelers have the first pick of the next day, and the Steelers could get their get back.
No, I think they would take JPJ with that pick too.
Where do the Bengals pick in the second round?
I
apologize. 60. This is me not doing my homework. I've been doing way
60.
too much.
I believe 60. So
they're deep in the second round then.
Yeah.
I mean, at that point, you got to make a move up and try and land tight end because I don't know if any of these guys are going to drop that deep. What's another crazy one is here, I'm just now seeing this pick coming in. So Brian Breesy goes to the Saints, and Nolan Smith is still on the board. Clemson goes back to back.
So think about it. You have Mayer, Nolan Smith, Joey Porter Jr. I mean, one of those guys is definitely going to be a second round pick when it comes to, the process of elimination. There's a chance that all three of those could be second round picks.
Dude, Joey Porter Jr. would be the most asinine one out of those guys, just because Nolan Smith had the injury, Michael Mayer's a tight end, Joey Porter Jr. is a corner, an elite corner that didn't really do anything to drop.
Yeah, no, I mean I'm scouring Twitter right now trying to find something. There's something that is not public knowledge.
Has to be.
That's come out in the meetings, in the research process on him, in the interview process, or something. I mean,
yeah.
I'm just questioning it, but well, all right. That's all I gotta say.
Now, in a sense, because not a lot of crazy names around. First round draft, this NFL draft.
Sorry, I think you cut out. I don't know what'd you say again?
My fault.
You're good.
All right, so let me try it back. So, second annual NFL Draft Extravaganza, running it live here. But Brady, what's your favorite move of the night tonight? Whether it's a draft choice, a trade, or something.
My favorite move of the night, probably gonna say the Texans trading up for that third overall pick. That was just that just shocked me. It was mind-boggling to see them get get a quarterback and defensive player back to back, the best defensive player in the draft as well. So that was probably my favorite move of the night in terms of a team move.
Dude, I can't agree more. That's my favorite. I'll come up with a different one, but Chase, what are you thinking here, man?
I'm gonna go on ahead and say the Seahawks moves tonight. Devon Witherspoon at 5, JSN at 20. I think they knocked out of the park with that. They're gonna be two guys that walk in the same draft class. They'll probably going against each other here and there in practice, make each other better. I think Seattle really improved, and I think they just added to themselves, becoming a more consistent playoff team in the NFC.
I couldn't agree more. And man, you guys kind of stole from me a bit here. I mean, I really love that Texans move. I really, really do.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say the next best moves. I'll say. I know I've been very high on Anthony Richardson. I was talking to Brady while you're gone, Chase. I mean, Chris Ballard has been very public that he loved Anthony Richardson after they made that selection.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna go Bryce Young to the Panthers. It's not one that's crazy, but I'm just saying that because the Panthers could have screwed it up. Very well could have screwed it up. And I think they get Bryce Young, who's going to be the best quarterback out of this draft class. I mean, day one, the best guy. So I'm going to give him credit for that one. It was a simple thing to do, but organizations like that often don't do the simple things right.
You didn't want to take Will Levis off the Reddit post?
Man, I'm just seeing him, the cameras going on him.
Yeah.
I feel bad for the guy, man.
Me too.
Same
that would
here.
suck. That would really suck.
Interesting to look at. He's changed out different women. I think his mom was next to him, and then there was a girl next to his mom, and then there was another girl that was next to him, and then they showed the next shot, and there was another girl that was next to him where that other girl was. He's just got a lot of supportive women around his wife, apparently.
Gotta be, I'm guessing, gotta be some sisters or something. I don't know the guy's background, but that's
who knows, man. Who knows?
Man, he is locked in on that phone right now. I don't know if you guys are seeing this right now, 405, 403, but he is locked in on that phone.
Man. All right, well.
It's brutal.
Yeah. He's waiting. He'll be waiting until tomorrow.
Because neither, unless Will Levis, I mean, we can confirm it now. I mean, I think it's pretty much as good as true. Will Levis is not going to be a first-round quarterback unless somebody makes a trade here.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right.
I'm just thinking ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say, like, I really do feel for him. Like, I obviously don't think he should have been. I've been very clear on that throughout the past, few weeks. But it really sucks for him that he was tricked into thinking that he would be. Really just sucks. Like, feels so bad. Feels so bad for him.
Man, it really does. That's a big shakeup right there.
Definitely.
Oh, man. Yeah, I think the Eagles are taking Nolan Smith, I believe.
Nolan?
I think they are. That's my guess. I mean, they're about to become the Georgia Eagles. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Golly.
Man, this Wi-Fi is killing me. What I was saying was, what if the Eagles load up on Georgia and get Nolan Smith here, man?
I think that's what they're doing.
Yeah.
Pretty sure that's what they're about to do. We were just talking about that for like literally 5 seconds. I think that's what they're about to do. Or probably Nolan. They're right, Nolan Smith.
No, who's your or? Who's your or? Just for the content. Who else?
Throw it out, Joey Porter Jr. Man, if they just do it right now.
Yeah,
Fuck it.
I'm with you.
Fuck it, do it right now. Fuck it. I mean, they got Bradbury and Slay now, but yeah, that's the only thing.
Dude, how is Junior gonna go in the second round? That is so ridiculous, bro.
But he's gonna go right to Pittsburgh.
Yeah,
perfect for you.
Happy about it, but like, it's so stupid. I don't get it.
Pittsburgh's got a whole day to sit on it too. I mean,
they'll end up. They got to end up on Joey. I feel like.
Yeah.
Oh. Secondary.
Wait, hold up. Really?
I'm not here. I haven't seen that, but they said they think they might. No, Kuiper said he thinks secondary.
All right. Well, I guess we'll see what happens. There's no telling with this at this point. Shoot. Man, there's really only 2 picks left. This thing went by quick.
Bro, I was looking at the Texans' weapons, and their wide receivers are Nico Collins and Noah Brown.
Man. I am.
Hey, we've gotten through almost 4 hours of this, so I mean,
that's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty good.
Listen, I don't want it to go out on me. If it had to go out on me, I'd rather go on pick 30, 31 than 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
But no, man, it's gonna be interesting to see this.
Yeah, dude, perfect, cool that they're up there, but can they just shut up and get the pick in?
I know.
Oh my gosh.
Picking for the Eagles?
Maybe Donna Kelsey is. I'm not sure because they have Donna Kelsey and Dude Perfect. That is such a random collab. What?
Man, you gotta love it.
That's cool. That's cool. Don't get me wrong.
That's Tyler Tony screaming right now. Is that what I'm hearing?
I think.
It might be.
Yeah.
Bearded dude, kind of a short. Recycling.
All right, make the pick. Okay, Nolan.
Okay.
Yep, George.
Kelsey's mom made the pick.
Yeah, Georgia
So
Eagles.
Who are
She's
the
picking for the Chiefs then?
That's a good question. I'm not sure.
Who knows? But yeah, man, Nolan Smith. I like that pick. I like that pick a lot. What do you guys think?
Yeah, it's a good pick for them.
At 30, like, get that edge. I mean, the Eagles are pretty loaded. Like,
they got Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith.
They got the two best players on Georgia's defense, arguably, unless I'm missing somebody.
I mean, they got two of my top 4 defensive edge products, defensive line edge guys. I had Will Anderson, Carter, Smith, and Wilson. And they got Smith,
that's mine too.
Carter.
Yeah.
I would have been happy than Miles Murphy, man, for being. Wouldn't have you changed?
What'd you say? It's all right. I heard him say Miles Murphy. I know that.
I think he was asking. I think he was saying you would rather the Bengals take Nolan Smith. I think.
Well, I don't know. That's a good question. I would have probably rather take Nolan Smith, but like if the Bengals see Miles Murphy fit some type of way, like a better way in their system, I mean, then they're the ones making the call. They're the ones making the pick. And who is that? He was hugging. Ooh, shit.
Yeah, I was saying I would have rather Nolan Smith than Miles Murphy.
Yeah, I agree. It just depends.
I
just don't know what they're what they're seeing, like in that room and all in the Bengals room. I'm
100%.
not sure what they're seeing.
I mean, what's crazy? They don't have a scouting department, and they've hit pretty good on the draft. So I mean, I'm not gonna doubt it like crazy.
It looks as though Zach Taylor says Miles Murphy was our number 1 guy, even with all the movement before 28. Lou Anarumo says Murphy will get reps right away on the Bengals D line. Quote, he'll jump right in there.
Interesting. Okay. I mean, I feel like you have to say that nonetheless. I mean,
yeah.
But okay. I mean, if they like it, they like it.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking too, once this number 31 gets picked, take a couple minutes, we chat it up about what's going on, what we think about the draft, and then we can call it a night, boys, because I know it's getting late.
Sounds good.
And man, I appreciate you guys. If you guys haven't subscribed to their channel, Brady and Chase host the Cut to the Chase Sports Podcast. You've seen it in front of you all night long. They do some great stuff. I'm over there sometimes. They got some good things going on. And Chase is starting his own Bengals show on the Fans First, or is it Fan First?
Fans First Sports Network. Appreciate the plug, all that stuff, man. That's
not a problem.
It's just an extension of the show. It's the same thing, just an extension of it and all. But we're doing our thing over there. Obviously, great. Really appreciate you having us on tonight, Tyler, and all.
Appreciate you guys joining us.
Real dope.
Yeah, it was really fun, man. Like, definitely good to watch the draft and dissect everything as it comes along, man. And everyone subscribe to Tyler's channel if you haven't already. And if you're 4 hours video, man, like, how could you watch this long and not subscribe?
Exactly.
God, yeah, you're right. 4 hours when you did something, man. That'd be kind of dirty. Don't be wrong. I appreciate you watching, but that'd be a dirty move, man.
Really dirty.
Mm-hmm. No, without a doubt, man. But yeah, man. All the people from our page, man, subscribe to his. Like, seriously, he be putting out some great content and all. So just show him some love for sure.
Appreciate it, man. So, and then I know we've talked about this, Chase, but we gotta get Brady. We gotta get Brady at March Madness next year, man. We gotta get Brady at March Madness. We need to get these NFL passes sliding somewhere. We can all slide to a game together.
Hell yeah, dude.
I would be totally down for that.
Definitely have to, man. I would seem more enthusiastic. I'm just tired.
Nah, man, it's a grind, bro.
I know. Yeah, Man, for real. But, man. This has been a night, though. It's been a night. KC.
I think this is going to go down as one of the more memorable drafts in history, I think.
I think so.
Not because of like the players in it, but just because of the craziness of the trades and all that.
Yeah. A lot of trades, yeah. Been a lot of trades in this first round.
Great draft.
Mm-hmm.
Way more than I expected.
Without a doubt.
Gee, I just saw a Barstool Sports tweet. It says, update. Will Levis is still stuck in the green room torture cell. But at least everyone is talking about his girlfriend instead of him.
Man, really, though.
Man, Will Levis. Enda Cinco. No bueno.
Nope.
3 first-round quarterbacks. Imagine the Chiefs draft Will Levis to replace Patrick. No, just imagine the Chiefs draft Will Levis.
That would be funny.
Imagine. Apparently, Will Levis' girlfriend is going viral because she got caught on the camera saying she had to go pee.
That is hilarious. I haven't even seen that yet.
Oh, man. Yeah, she's like, can I go pee? Can I pee yet?
Can I go bathroom? I don't think I'm getting picked.
Man.
I know, Chase, I don't know if you've been on while Brady and I are talking about it or not, but, man, I know we've talked about it before while you're on too, but, God, I feel for the man. I feel for him. Like, Brady got lied to during the process or what, but I'm just curious. Like, I want the scouts to come out and say, why is Joey Porter Jr. slid so far? Why is Will Levis slid so far? I mean, we all have our reasons on the Levis side. We all think Porter should win. I'm just curious what that is. Like, what are we missing, or what we didn't pick up on, or what? I don't know.
Maybe
I don't know.
Said bad stuff about both of them from when they were at Penn State. Because they were teammates. That's the funny thing. Those two were teammates for like 2 years. But
who knows?
I get why Levis is sliding because, like, I think it was all of that was a smokescreen about him going so high, and all these teams are so interested in him. But Porter is just the one that shocks me.
Yeah, jeez, man.
I mean, I think it's 32 as a Steelers fan, but
yeah, I think it's pretty safe the Chiefs aren't going to pick him because the Chiefs already, have some young corners from last year's draft and all. So I mean, he's going to be on the second round. Michael Mayer is going to be in the second round. Darnell Washington, Will Levis, of course. I mean, there's some good talent early on.
Darnell Washington, Michael Mayer, Will Levis,
Brian Branch will be there.
Brian Branch and Joey Porter all make it to the second round.
That's insane.
That's crazy.
Like the reverse form of Survivor. Whew. Good grief.
I wonder who the Chiefs take here.
Great.
Yeah. It's a good question.
I mean, while we're waiting on it, let's just flip this. We'll go closing remarks, then into the Chiefs pick and get on out of here.
Okay.
I mean, you talked about favorite move. Who do you think got the best landing spot as a player, though, you think? Like, if you're like this draft prospect, who got the best landing spot, you think?
Best landing spot. I think Devin Witherspoon with the Seahawks next to Tariq Woolen, with that guy on the other side of the field to help you out, and him being a top 5 pick to an organization that genuinely drafts well, and Pete Carroll's defense. We know the history of Seattle DBs. I think Devin Witherspoon is in a really good spot.
Yeah. For me, I would say I think Jalen Carter's in a great spot. Philadelphia, right next to running mate
absolutely.
Jordan Davis. They're already Super Bowl team. They had to replace Javon Hargrave, who left to go to San Francisco. I mean, if they had to pick anybody up, especially from the draft, I mean, this is the perfect guy for them to pick up, and I think he's going to fit right in that system and be a terror for the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, I like both of those. I'll give 2 now, just different routes. I like Kalijah Kancey with the Buccaneers.
Yeah.
But then I really like JSN to the Seahawks. I mean,
Yeah.
you're putting an elite wide receiver with a veteran quarterback who's been around the league, paired up with two other very talented wide receivers. So he's not going to be like walking in on day one getting double teamed all day. Like that's just not going to happen to him. So he's going to get good matchups. He's going to allow him to grow, I think. So I really like that fit as well.
I agree.
For sure. Great fit. I'm happy with that fit for sure.
Definitely. And then, Felix DK Uzoma for the Chiefs.
K-State defensive
Kansas State edge. Yep.
All right. There you go.
All right.
Cool.
I mean, yeah, number 6 got my big board. Good
There it
edge
is.
rusher on Kansas State. I mean, the AFC West, I mean,
You're froze
I'm
up.
out of here, bro. 3 hours, 59 minutes, 25 seconds. Only
Bro, we got to get to
35
4.
minutes.
Let's get to 4. Let's get to 4. 10.
Yeah, I know we're running this
9,
last 30 seconds.
8,
bro.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year. You know, shit.
Yeah, man. 4-hour show, man. What
Wow.
a grind that was. I
Wow.
appreciate you guys joining me, man. This
Dude,
is
we
awesome.
applaud you for that. We applaud you for that. Good job, man. Shoot.
Yes, sir.
We
Appreciate
appreciate
it,
having us on, man. That's dope.
Yeah, for sure. Appreciate it.
Nah, problem. I think it was a great time. You know, the first bit always flies by. Then it's a bit more of a grind in the middle and the back end. But, dude,
Oh yeah.
appreciate the both of you guys joining me.
Yes, sir.
And guys, if you haven't, follow Brady on Twitter. He's a good dude on Twitter. He's
Appreciate
with
it.
Clemsonatic a lot. He has a highlight reel on Twitter. You got
do.
Chase, man. Chase, good guy on Twitter. Doesn't activate the Twitter a lot as
Not
Brady.
much.
Brady's
Not
in-
much. Yeah.
Listen, Brady's in there being a good Twitter student, if you know what I'm saying.
I am.
Um,
I am.
But get their channel some likes, get some follows. They're doing some great stuff. And I mean,
Yes,
we're
sir.
always back and forth. This channel, their channel, and all over in between. But Brady, Chase, anything before we get out of here, man?
Dude, that's all I want to say is appreciate you having us on. It was a great time. I'm definitely going to have you on again soon.
Yep.
Great time again. And obviously it was a grind and a really fun night for sure.
Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it.
Echo all the sentiments there, and this was just dope. You know, that's all I gotta say.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Really dope.
Great time. I mean, shout out to these two great guys on my underneath me and on my right. Chris
Yes, sir.
Drew, Jody Coleman for popping on as well. Go check out Chris Drew, host of Menace to Sports on YouTube. Jody Coleman, give him a follow on TikTok, Against the Grain Sports over there. But guys, the NFL Draft Extravaganza year 2 comes to an end. I couldn't appreciate you guys more.
Yes, sir.
Take care, everybody. Appreciate it.
Sir.